Why, hello there, universe. Happy day of the week to you. Sorry, I am a day late. Things went from, it wasn't like that bad yesterday, but unexpected thing after unexpected thing happened, so we're here today instead of yesterday. But we would have been here anyways today, so does it make that big of a difference? That's truly the moral question. Antimatter power. I completely forgot. Potentially the final science as well. And then make sure cube comes here. There's a lot to work on and a lot to improve. Clearly the cube doesn't go where it needs to. We can set up that final science, but I named the stream bigger is always better, because I think that much of what we're going to be accomplishing is going to be focused on scaling everything up. Hello, Fabian. Wonderful to see ya. So why doth the cube no come here? I have a timer to make it come here every X amount of time, but perhaps that's just not necessary. I think through the cycle that we run, it basically runs out of time. Oh, but the timer, like, works. It just needs a higher priority, I suppose. Where is our train right now? Where doth the train? Just underneath us. Oh, hey, it's actually doing, like, the cycle trademark, which does take a long time to get through. It's kind of non-negotiable. Let's look at what the stop asks for. It should be... Is it that one? It's certainly equal to 1. It's higher than Ghost Crystal. It could be that the cube's just not been around for a while, but this hasn't run in like 5 ever. Actually, wait, this should be the antimatter, so why is this running at all now? Something's weird. Something's very, very strange. Because from my understanding of interrupts, it should have gone to one of these upper ones. I must have messed it up somehow, but it's bizarre because I can see the interrupt right here. Singularity calibration data is equal to 1. So the interrupt exists. It's the right stop name. So why would the cube go elsewhere? Oh, this looks really cool when you're zoomed out. Actually, I forgot. This took a while to get sorted out. It wasn't like too hard in practice, but it looks really cool now. But why would you come here first? Like, I'm not against getting more antimatter. We need it anyways. But why would you be here first? Your priority is all the way down here. Maybe the stop is inaccessible from particular directions, so it'll try to just go to the next one? That's possible. It would struggle to enter from here, so that could be. Might not be the fix, but it's at least something we can try to do to see if that'll help. I think today a lot of it's going to be, I mean, maybe not. I don't really know how long it's going to take me to get to a position where I'm satisfied, but I think much of what we're going to be doing, is that like an extra thing there? I didn't even notice, is trying to get everything scaled up a pretty significant amount. Because the final science pack takes a pretty tremendous amount of science. At least this runs okay. If nothing else, this doesn't seem to break ever, which is good. The material it takes from elsewhere shouldn't ever run out because of how requesters work. But I would like to know where you're going next and why you're going there. My lovely cube. I understand you going over to the ore stop, but why do you not come here? Why would you go to the antimatter? It doesn't make any sense. Also, I feel like this is broken. I don't know exactly how it is. There's a boatload of green, but we're using green for beacon juice here. There's plenty of green. Ah, you probably haven't been back here since I fixed it, because I think I set up so that these can run, maybe, because I remember being confused about them before. Alright, so the cube spits out here, goes up through here, because this needs to be run every time it's here. Then where does the cube go? Cube goes into this machine, and then runs here. And then it checks to see if it needs to be balanced or not. Which I'm surprised that it doesn't. I'm also surprised that it ran over here again, but that's no big deal. Oh, it was checking to make sure that there was enough to run again. Okay, never mind. That works just fine. What are my conditions for you going down here? I mean, I guess you're fine. I set these up so long ago. See, there's an issue that this number might just keep incrementing over time depending on RNG. I probably need to do a check for these, I think. I guess I'll use red wire to not spread too many things around. It shouldn't really matter though. But I want to check these so that there's at least whatever the minimum is for this specific thing. So it's 50 to convert on each side. So I want at least 50 of them in here, so that it'll be capable of running that if it ever needs to and it won't back up. Hopefully that's sufficient for it. Whoops. Conduit. It's boson? Boson conduit. Greater than 50. So now it'll only send the 50 out if that's viable, I guess. And then it can convert otherwise. Probably. How do you get over here though? You're checking specifically for less than 160 and more than 150, so surely you should have kicked on then. And yet you didn't. Because you're not receiving the signal correctly. That's the repeat signal. Your output doesn't reach there. That's why. Okay, so I had set it up before, but I set it up incorrectly with the outputs not actually going through. There we go. So I shouldn't need to do that at all. I mean, keeping the 50 is whatever. It's not that big of a deal. I can probably disconnect those. I was thinking that would help the problem, but I don't think it actually does. But now it'll go, okay, there's a true abundance of one versus the other, so we'll run. Now, this is so tight. Where do you actually go when you finish? You can cycle again through there, or you can just leave. That's fine, I guess. We could set up a rule where it runs again. No, actually, we totes can't, because if we set up a rule where it'll run again... Oh wait, this rule doesn't really make sense either, does it? Because it'll just run until there's a good chunk of both, I guess. I mean, that's probably fine. Very weird to deal with those. I guess if we just use more beacon juice, it won't be a problem with how heavily it's favored to the Fermions, but for now it'll try and balance them out and then be able to run more often. If nothing else, it'll leave and then come back and then be able to run a few times, I guess. So that's something. It might take a few inputs to actually like reach where it should. You're still running, and I'm so proud of you and everything you do. I thought it was dead by train there. I had totally accepted the fact that I was completely and utterly dead, but I was not in fact dead. Okay, so hopefully the cube will go there naturally. I mean, following all the rules, it is getting the signal to do so. This works. It happens whenever the time has passed to be sufficient for it to run again, and it gives the signal. It's just down the list a little bit, and maybe when we were testing and stuff, it just didn't have time to go back. I'm going to trust that it just didn't have time to go back. The final science we can set up whenever, but I'm not rushing to. I think we want to look into antimatter power first and foremost. It'll give us a lot more control over scaling things up, and it'll make it so that the process to make antimatter will be more consistent, because to my memory, our power can't quite satisfy it with production modules and speed modules and whatnot, just because of like a limitation of accumulators. So if we switch over to antimatter, it'll probably deal with everything. I don't remember what it's called though. Do we not have it already? We don't. All right, cool. So we do need the complete annihilation cards. Yeah, we might as well. It's so cheap. I don't know if we'll do quantum entanglement or not. Maybe we will, but if nothing else, this is fairly inexpensive. And it seems kind of fun to do, and I think that's kind of the goal, right? Have an enjoyable time doing the thing. Cool. So we'll queue that up so we are keeping track of it as well. What is this one? Right, so it's a process that gives us half as many of the ultra-dense constituents, but gives us a combustion cube out. And the combustion cube can be used as like a fuel source specifically, which is very peculiar. There are still recipes that call for the cube itself in the recipe, so it's not like I can put it in that red state permanently, but there's probably some recipes that it's quite useful at. Okay, particularly, I was gonna say this one, but this one doesn't really matter too much. Let's start working on the science, because that's our next like natural progression, even if it's kind of stinky. So let's look at the science pack itself and we'll go from there. Basic antimatter units, we have a good chunk of those now. N-dimensional widgets, I kind of want to make those on site, but at the same time that'll necessitate the cube coming here, which isn't totes ideal. And then our 2 calibration datas. It takes 30 seconds to craft, and it gives us 2 each, so it's going to be 15 per second per machine, so we're going to want a lot. And we're probably going to fall behind, which is why I think we're going to scale up a bunch of things, but for now we're going to want, and we're going to want the best possible quality modules that we can get as well. So I'm going to just start crafting those, I think, in the meantime. Maybe I should make a better quality module system as well. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll be grabbing quality 3s, or not quality, excuse me, productivity 3s. We could, but it's just, it takes some of the endgame pack, and I'm not like super married to the idea of it. Okay, so let's go into map mode and let's start building a little bit. I assume it's made in the same thing as everything else, which is the fabricators, which I totally looked at, and it's on this page and not on this page. Where the heck is the fabricator? There it is. Cool. So we have fabricator. It has 4 inputs. There we go. Complete annihilation card. We're also going to call for productivity module 4 or 2s in them. 4 or 2s, not productivity module 4s. We're not quite that powerful. N-dimensional widgets are weirdly like a strange thing to get over here. I think what I might do is make a setup right here. Actually, that's a very good idea, because we're going to need the antimatter anyways. So what I'll do is I'll set up a synthesizer over here, which also does n-dimensional widgets on the way. The question is, I guess we'll do, if we do rigid replication, it actually takes like a significant amount as well, or at least to bring over stuff. Maybe that's unfortunate. Our issue is that it's all the way up here is where we make n-dimensional widgets, and we got a chunk of them, but they're just so heckin' far away. If they come down far enough, I'm tempted to just rip them up there because they already exist. They kind of snake around the entire base. They get fairly low. Alternatively, I can just requester chest them. I could make a fresh one too, but the thing I'm thinking about is the metal. I could have the metal be done on site as well, though I'm not against that conceptually because we do that here, but we need to set up a train and whatnot as well. And this metal is extremely one-to-one, so I can't rip from that one. We do have thousands of bots, so it's probably fine to requester it. How much does it need per, it's only 2? Yeah, it should be just fine then. Okay, so, I mean, I could request for literally everything, but I tried to build it semi-close, or want to build it semi-close to that area. I accidentally put it over by the antimatter power, which I don't know if that's going here or not, but I wanted to build it close to our two synthetic packs, or whatever they're called, synthetic and quantum. I think that's what they are, at least. Cool, so our calibration data, that's what they are. Quantum calibration data is right here, so we're just going to take it and then bring it down here. Where it goes down exactly isn't totes like necessary to figure out yet. Just bring it down is good enough. And then we need to do our other data, which should be over here. Right, we can pick up the crafter for that. This one has so much less. The calibration data, that's what it's called. The calibration data is just like... we need more of it. Something that we would like to look into is once we get the antimatter, we can ideally switch most of these machines over to speed modules by being able to sustain the power for them. Now, whether or not that's going to be the case is like a whole different beast, because it's going to be a pretty hefty amount of power, to put it lightly. Alright, I'm going to make separate storages down here. I mean, a solemn receptacle should be fine. To be honest, just like any chest should be fine. My thought process is we'll store it here so that we can keep track of how much we have. Trying to think about where I want to place it spacing wise. It kind of looks okay like this, but then offloading is going to be a little bit awkward. No, it should be fine anyways. Do we have a bunch of loaders? I feel like we used up like all of our loaders last session. We have plenty of blue loaders. Could also set up purple ones. That's on the agenda potentially as well. Great, so we've brought these over. The basic antimatter units are actually right over here, so that'll be another easy one to bring over. I think I want to move that actually over here, so that they all have like the same general spacing on where they can pop out. Hello, H-Monk, how are you today? Good to see you. Okay, and then I'll just do the widgets for the final one. In fact, I'll steal one of these, put it up here, and then we'll do the request for widgets over there. I think my music's a little bit loud. Maybe it's just tequila making me feel cold. Okay, so n-dimensional widgets will call for 500, we'll say. I don't know if we actually have those in a box. I imagine that we do, but just in case we don't, it's a shame we don't have like requests or just, we certainly do right there. Cool. Cool, so there's our delicious ice cream sandwiches that are coming out here. They'll fill into that instead. Oh shit, we're hypercubing? We are in fact hypercubing. We hypercube at a fairly dangerous speed nowadays. I only ask that you prepare yourself, because the cube train has no brakes. Oh, interesting. You take arcane drive units. Well, I'm right here, so may as well grab some. I'll partake. I've been known to enjoy an arcane drive unit on a quiet Friday afternoon. Well, I guess it's not quiet or Friday, but you know, details. I was born to cube the cube, then you are ready, and you can in fact be my friend. Welcome. There's very few rules, but being able to cube is one of them. I don't actually like how that comes out like that. I mean, I don't hate it. I want to make it so... Don't actually set these up yet. I lied to you. I'm sorry. I gotta figure out how I want these to load together. I want to make a single line of them. I don't know a way to do that. Unfortunately, like this is, by putting them this close, it makes it kind of stinky for it, but it's fine. Surely you can make the belt look okay either way. I mean, I could just bring them all downward. That'll be fine. Cool. I figure this way we can just do 4 load vertically. And then undergrounds for our science. Needs to be one less, actually. Because these are 4 wide, so we can get away with this design and then just mirroring it over and over again. We can also throw down some beacons. I don't think we can beacon productivity, which is, you know, valid because productivity beacons are kind of ridiculously OP where they exist. Which is not many places, but when they do exist, oh, they really exist. I'm good. You've inspired me starting another run of this mod. I'm having fun. It's a really good time. It's like a super duper good time. Genuinely. And this is coming from someone who, like, I've played a good chunk of Factorio now. I mean, I hadn't, like, months ago, but I have now. And I don't think I'm particularly good at Factorio, but I still had a absolutely lovely time playing through this so far. Being able to learn a bunch of stuff is really, like, what does it for me. They weren't joking when they said knowledge is power a very long time ago. How do I want to unload these? Apparently we created the first complete annihilation card at 73 hours. I was expecting this mod to take me about 100 hours. I think we'll probably end up close to there, but I don't think we'll quite hit 100, to be honest. We might, but depends on how much lollygagging we do, really. I have been known to lollygag from time to time. It's a true problem, one that I cannot deny. They shouldn't have made the world so lollygaggable? Alright, never mind. I'm not really, like... I'm pulling out of whatever I'm saying here. Okay, so how close do we want these to be? I'm thinking about, and this is going to blow your mind, making it kind of like a cube, in a way. In a 4x4. I could space them by 4. I think I want to change these up anyways. I'm going to manually pick them up. Are you descending into the 9 circles of Nilius immediately or taking Pyandon side path? That's an interesting question. My initial plan was, hopefully by the time this is done, I'll have, whatever it's called, C-Block updated. But it doesn't seem like that's going to pan out, so I don't know. It's a good question. I think I will play another mod pack, though. I'm not quite ready to do another base game playthrough. Miko's pulling out so she doesn't lollygag. Okay, hold on. That sounds a lot worse than... Sounds a lot worse than I really wanted it to. But you're not incorrect. That is in fact why I'm pulling out, to avoid lollygagging. It's called knowing your limits. You wouldn't get it. It's good to see you, Flip. How are you today? Okay, so... we can offload in the center. I think I'll have it offload like this. Doing well? So glad to hear. I think that these need to move upward for my evil design to reach peak evilness. Is this enough yet? Can I copy paste the whole thing? I'm thinking that's a solid no. I think that is a wistful thinking kind of moment. Wishful? Wistful? Whichever one the not sad one is. What I'll do instead though is I'll copy this and put it here and realize that this substation is not going to be what we need. Or maybe it is exactly what we need. Nah, it's gotta go underneath the belt. That's fine. As long as it can offload, we don't mind. So we need to figure out how we can make it so that the cube will spend more time on science things while also not letting the base turn off. Factorio version, wishful thinking. Oh, good point, good point. No, I put it in a bad spot, or I didn't put it in a bad spot? No, I just cringed it in the first place. Unfortunate. This is where it should be. This is where it needs to be. Hello, Factorio Co. Hello, T. I see you on YouTube side. How are you doing today? Hopefully well. Cannot insert tune productivity module? Buddy. What did we say? Like, I need these. This is important. Please insert them. Thank you very much. Okay, so bring this down. We'll do one more line. We'll do 16 of them for now. We make one every 15 seconds, so it's not like perfect, but this is going to eat through our materials dramatically quicker than we're capable of actually using them right now. But again, this is like our starter base. So it's like fine, I guess. We'll put you right here. That sounds fine. And then we should be able to copy this junction here and use it for the second part. Heck, I was hoping you'd let me copy the stupid RoboPort. It's fine. I'll just bring one up myself. I think this might be out of coverage range now, so if we can fix it, that would be quite ideal. Good enough. Then we can copy this lane here. Have it go as such? No, there we go, as such. Wait, no, that's still wrong. Why is that wrong? Ah, I see. I see. I placed this one wrong altogether. I'm glad that I figured that out now rather than in a bit. Much better. So now I should be able to copy this and it should line up. Wonderful. We can drop this bottom line over here. It's unnecessary. It's so bizarre. I've never had that issue before where the game has a bunch of slowdown when, yeah, sure, we'll put another one here. Has a bunch of slowdown when trying to delete something. Deconstruction Planner really breaks everything in this mod pack, at least after a while. It was fine at first. I know this offloading is kind of like wrong because this shares 2 offloading belts and this doesn't, but I think it looks fine. It's not really cubey though, is it? Kind of like a snake. It reminds me of my old science setup from my my other playthrough of the base game, not of Ultra Cube. Maybe we'll do 20 just to make it like a proper cube. I think that'll give it more of a cube shape. It might not, but I also kind of want to offload down here. Thankfully, this is a design at once kind of situation. I have placed it incorrectly one more time. Haters will say it's fake. Believers will know that it's real. So there is no other option. Cool, that lines up. Snake become cube. That actually is so valid, though. That really is how it be. People will deny it, but we know the truth. All right, see, that's a lot more cube-esque. I still don't think it's quite the cube level we need, but I can kind of, like... What's a good word to put it? Like, fake it until I make it, you know? You're gonna need another substation, and I respect that. Knowing your limits and when you have to substation is an important thing. Okay, we have a few dead zones, but it's not, like, that bad. It's dead zone enough. Cool. So now we have some antimatter thingammy-whats. Ideally, I'll be crafting more. I should probably... What I'll do, actually, is I'll change my mind. We'll switch this over to normal ones, because we have plenty of them, and I would like to prod everything we can for now. So we'll call for prods on those, and then I'll just copy-paste those onto all of them. That was almost a pretty big blunder right there. And then I'll call for upgrades on all of them too, and then we'll just passively make them throughout the stream today. Again, I would set up like a proper thing, but something about the gambling aspect of them really irritates me. It's not like that big of a deal, but it does irritate me. So we'll call for activity mod 2s. Actually, I guess we have to wait for them to actually get inserted first. Cool. So that looks good. That's just going to stop there because it makes it look more cube-like. It is wasting some materials, but so it goes. Now we can underground our stuff out and then coalesce it somewhere and have a beautiful stream of science that will go up to somewhere that isn't here. I'm tempted to just put them in a box and have bots do it. That's really what I've been falling into, but I generally try to avoid that. So if we can, I'd like to. Science is all the way up here. And there is an open lane, although I don't know which one it is. Blue and green combine here. I think this is pink and whatever, blue or whatever, but I think we're out of that one currently. It's not pink and yellow. What's the science that's all the way over here? It is blue. Okay. How are you out of bottled consciousness? What went wrong here? Basic. Okay, so the interrogation or contemplation cards are way too undervalued. They are completely out. The stop's right here. It's a shame that there's no... Yeah, it's just those two recipes. They both require the cube is the issue, so no matter how we slice it, we need to just keep doing it. I could try to centralize some things more, so when the cube goes to an area, it instead checks, do I need to do this, 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 and then once it satisfies all those, it leaves. The downside of that, of course, is that anything is not in that one centralized area is going to suffer pretty heavily from it. End of the day, there's a lot of things you can do in Factorio, but the solution often falls to long belt. And that's what I want to try and exercise today. I think this top one, yeah, this top one doesn't have a side load. So if we can just bring it up to like here-ish, give or take, we should be good to go. We've run out of purple belts, actually. Hold on. Maybe I've changed my mind. Maybe long belt's not it. How's the factory growing today? It's growing at a slower pace than I'd like. I appreciate you checking anyways. Hopefully we can speed up a little bit. Belt. We have 10,000 blue belts. Tracks. I'll do blue for the rest, or 10,000 red belts. 2,000 blue belts. That's such a long distance to go, though. I mean, it's not that bad, but it's kind of crazy. But I don't know. I like my science on belts. I don't want to have the bots doing it constantly. It will take a while for it to get up here, granted. But like, what's a little bit of spaghetti when you're in the Italian restaurant anyways? At that point, if you're not having spaghetti, what are you here for? I mean, there's plenty of delicious Italian dishes, actually, and I'm sorry for being a little bit reductive there and implying that spaghetti was the only thing someone would go to an Italian restaurant for, because I haven't been to an Italian restaurant in quite some time, but I'm sure that the food is really good and not strictly spaghetti. Probably. I don't remember the last time I've been to Italian, actually. Watching the cube seems like there's a train junction on the way back to the core miner where the train's going west, but it can only go north, not south. Alright, hold on, let me see. Train going west can only go north, not south. It had to go north to loop to go south. Alright. Look, easy speed up's what we're looking for. So, on the way back from the core miner, way back. Ah, that's a very, very easy speed up. I appreciate it. Yeah, those are the things I didn't take into account earlier on, because when I designed this stuff, it was like, it's never gonna, I don't know what this shape is, but we'll have to copy it. It's never gonna go up, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, but the thing is like, I don't want you to destroy that stuff. But I see, I knew you were going to do it anyways, and that's why I didn't tell you, because I knew you were going to react like this. Me getting in a fight with my cube train. Eh? How are you out of power? You should... Did you run multiple times? How did you... Wait... Oh my goodness gracious, these can only run once in a while too, because it's the same machine. Oh, okay, wow. Weird. I set up a loop where it would run multiple times, but we want that to literally never be possible. How peculiar. I wasn't, this is still a cyclotron, so it makes complete sense, but I wasn't operating under the assumption that it could run multiple times. Also, it seems to have returned here in spite of there being an ingredient shortage, so I've messed up a few things somewhere. For now, please go elsewhere. You've done a wonderful job here. Really, like, I don't do these fermion or the reconfigurations well. I feel like I need to redo the whole thing, and there's so many wires. I mean, it doesn't seem like we're pulling particularly far ahead. I mean, we are pulling really far ahead, actually, of fermion. So, why aren't you running the bosun one, I guess is my question. Because I set them up backwards. Nope. Because this outputs the wrong signal. So you went down here with the expectation to run this, but it was outputting the wrong signal, so you weren't working. But then you only want to run exactly once every time you come down. So we don't want you to ever output here is the thing. Where's your other output? Oh my god, this setup is so bad. It looks like this literally can only output to itself. It'll either output to itself here where it loads again, or it'll output up here where it loads again, and there's no middle ground. It's just the exact same setup. It doesn't ever load to the other one, which I guess makes sense. It shouldn't ever need to, but this is like, I gubbed this up real bad. You're gonna need a little bit to rectify whatever the goodness is going on here. We don't want this to ever run again, so that's fine to get rid of that. I did the wrong one. There we go. Okay, so I think the original design was just, it would run again here if it met the qualifications, otherwise it would just output down here. So I just want to make it so that that is not enable disable, so it'll just spit out here every time. It should just come down here, get picked up, run through here once, and then go through and be gone anytime that this rule is met. Alternatively, we want to set up the other thing as well, because it's not possible to loop. We should remove the potential for looping, because it just doesn't do anything. It could theoretically loop, but time is so important. I'm glad to see it down here. That's good. It means it's doing stuff. Okay, so the extremely long-handed filter inserter outputs here, it runs through here, and then it goes through here once, and there's no rule for it. It will just go through there. Great, this should be fine now. Each one should only run at maximum one time. Hopefully. I guess it's theoretically possible for it to run more than one time, but it shouldn't. What are you outputting? You're not currently receiving either of those signals, I can tell, in spite of one of them being on. These currently only connect to themselves. Ah, I must have disconnected a wire. That's what it was. There we go. So it'll see that and then it'll run there. Something I need to change, though, is particularly this return path here. And then that should rectify everything. As long as this return path does not actually, like, return, it should be good. Which is, I know, silly, since it was like... I mean, it just... We don't want it to loop. That's the big thing. It can't loop. We can't let it loop. It's too powerful. There. So now... It'll run through each of these at most one time. If it ever has to run through this one, it won't run through this one, which is fine, because logically, we've been getting way more boson. The recipe itself makes an equal distribution of them, but this eats more, or we get more fermium, I should say. We eat more boson when we activate the recipe, so this should help balance it. This should be fine now. We fixed up how that was broken before. I totally forgot the cyclotron's rule applies to itself again. Okay, so we can just start cleaning some stuff up. Heck, I was like, my inventory is probably full, so I should have a bot do that, and then I did it anyways. Are these just trash? They are trash. These are blueprints that we no longer need because they are incomplete in the first place. They are things we were working on that one stream where we spent like 4 hours designing the antimatter. We can get rid of all of them for now. That one actually kind of looked important, but I'm going to go ahead and say that's not my problem anymore, and the future Miko can deal with it. I was going to say the bots can deal with it, but I don't think the bots are going to do much about us deleting a blueprint. It's running the ectoplasm now, as it should. I believe we set up a rule for ectoplasm as well. I don't remember if we did. It doesn't look like we did. But I could have sworn we did. Ah, we totes did. There's a rule for it to loop back for more ectoplasm over here. Good. So the issue was like... I guess issue is the wrong word. Previously, we had ectoplasm set up. And the ectoplasm was just going automatically whenever the these crystals were done. But we want it now to be that the ectoplasm is its own thing because we need a lot more of it for doing one of our packs. I don't remember which one, but something needed a bunch of them. Great. So our science packs here are good. Did they ever make it up to the top? I'm guessing no, because we would have seen some antimatter power. Oh, but we are out of one of the science packs, so they totes might be at the top already. Perhaps I should buffer box them as well. Sweet. We'll set up a buffer for them, sure. Shouldn't make too much of a difference either way. I always think that these boxes are going to be bigger, but they really keep them so small in this mod pack. Cool. So we're now stockpiling our complete annihilation cards. We've got an okay chunk of them to hopefully get antimatter power online. But we're not feeding any? Wait. Is that like a piece of coal right there? How is there 2 pieces of coal on this belt? I was thinking we were just out of a science. Coal is such a weird resource to have on that belt. How did that happen? Did I intersect with the coal belt somewhere and that's how it got here? Or was it from an old thing? Coal belt is right there. Oh my gosh, I just started following the wrong belt, I think. No, this is the belt. No, it is the wrong belt. I must have accidentally bopped the coal belt at one point and then fixed it. Hopefully that'll be fine. Either way, we're now doing antimatter power, which will be fun to set up. I wonder if that means we can just shut down our nuclear reactors. I imagine it does, but do we want to is the question. I guess, does antimatter power require the cube? It's very expensive to make, including a massive chunk of our singularity calibration data, which is, I think, the one that we have much less of, which is not great. The annihilation chambers take quantum calibration data, so it kind of balances out. Anyways, matter annihilation. So none of these processes actually take the cube. So the ideal thing will be to set this up and then completely disconnect our nuclear, because, I mean, technically making the materials requires the cube, but I think it's so little of it. And it appears that our setup here is at a complete stop just because of how much stuff we've produced. So if we can keep the nuclear reactor going just a little bit longer, we'll probably just turn it off altogether once we get antimatter up. And that'll take an entire stop off of the cube, which I think is like a big enough boon to really consider it to be a big win. I'm glad that this is just like working and is like kind of backed up on qubit shells. Perhaps I should have made a buffer of them at one point so that if our resources ran out, the machine wouldn't break. That would have been smart. This is still like my pride and joy though. I know that this is like my first, I guess this is my first mod pack really I've like meaningfully played through. I played a little bit of Factorio space exploration with my roommate and a friend, but this is my first one I really like sunk my teeth into. It's been such a fun time, but that was a growing moment for me. Now, I've noticed that they haven't filled any prod mods, which means we probably run out of materials feeding the prod mod makers. These are not getting electronic circuits, presumably because the electronic circuits are just starved out. No, it's because this one physically can't. Okay, this one should not have been not filtered is really it. Use filter and we'll make that metal. I've had such a like bad mall this playthrough, I swear. Let's have the bot go over here, I'll clean up myself. Like normally like my malls for supplies are like not the best, but like this has been a rough one. Something about Ultra Cube just made it a lot harder for my brain to really get through. Wait, sorry, your roomies with a Factorio head? There really was no other way, huh? It's unfortunate. It was like a poison. It's like when you get like, you're like, I really want to make friends. This is my first day of school. And then you get in with like the bad kids, you know? And they're like, just try it. Just try Factorio. And I'm like, no, that looks dumb. I don't want to play Factorio. No. We got to play it at least like once a week at night. The group likes playing it. Oh, all right, fine. All right, Miko, here. Try to start setting up an assembling machine. You think you can set up automation for yellow belts? Yeah, I'll try, I guess. That's actually like not far from how it went. Funny enough, that is kind of on the nose. Okay, so the cube has successfully gone there, so I'm going to remove that note. We've set up final science, so I can remove that note as well. Hopefully we'll get some of those prod mods down there as well. and then it's just antimatter power. I'm hoping we have enough right now. I know our science has kind of plateaued a little bit. I want to see why. Holy cow, how long does that take? 120 seconds. Oh, they all do. Ugh, it's fine. It's going to be a long end game. Now, why are you not doing the thing with the stuff? Because we've run out of a science. What science have we run out of? The blue one? No. The white one. The white one is one of the two that are down here. Oh, is it the spooky one and it's being remade right now? And that all this stuff is going into the white science? It is. Ah, okay, I see. This is unfiltered for some reason, which is strange. I guess I would have set it up thinking that the only thing on the belt was those batteries. Not that we need many of them. Spectral, ghostly, spooky, ethereal, spectral, haunted. Haunted was my next guess, I swear. You gotta believe me, it wasn't my next guess, I'm sorry. Okay, cool. So you're just not getting any because you're filling up this box, because this box had a spicy request for them to make the arcane drive units, which is fine. But I'm gonna set up a rule here where you're only gonna activate when there's at least some on those belts for now. I guess when there's no, because that won't work, because you'll turn off altogether if I do that. If I do that, it'll like work until there's no science being made, and then it'll stop working, which is the opposite of what I want. I could check this belt here and check for at least a few. No, that wouldn't really work either. I would just limit the box. Seems like the logical and easy thing to do. It is wasting a ton of spectral cards. I mean, wasting is a strong word. We need them for other stuff, but I want the white science to flow because this is a very, very slow process, and we're running out of stuff as well. Looks like a few of our productivity modules have filled out. I think we had 38 required before, so I'm guessing that the stuff is working. Okay, I thought the cube was just stuck where it was, but it seems like it's fine. Okay, so what can we work on? We need to actually like focus on improving. Why is that red belts? I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but I am curious. I feel like I should have like a way for that to feed that lower one too. Why don't we do it like this, Miko? And then we'll have output priority on the left. There you go. Perfect. Now we have what we want and it can go down there. Why is the cube taking so long to run in that spot? That's probably a pain point that I should have addressed earlier. I think it's the load speed of the bottom two things. Where is it exactly? Over there? Thank goodness it flashes on the map. I don't know where I'd be without cube flashing. Yeah, the coal loading is just quite slow. Unfortunately, it's not super easy to fix that in its current state. So instead, I'm going to try to let it unload a bunch and then fix it later on. I can manually input some coal, which will speed up the process. This is a very easy fix. I just hadn't fixed it for a while because, like, it can't really fit here. But if we empty out this box in the meantime, it'll be a lot easier to replace it. My inventory is so full of garbage, but what if I need to craft with some stuff? I certainly don't need the Roboport or 50 construction robots because I never even upgraded my armor, I don't think. Yeah, no, I still have modular armor. It would have been pretty easy to do as well, but I don't know. I just don't use my own armor very much. This has been going on for a while too, but I just put it off. I shouldn't have put it off. It's fine. We'll fix it. The important thing is fixing it eventually, even if you put it off for a while. Procrastinating is fine. Just make sure that you take some time to do it. Are we too full on char? We're not too full on tar. But you are unloading kind of slow. I guess you just have a limit if you're running too fast, which is no big deal. Great, so what we're gonna need to do is move around a few pipes or figure out how to load it a little bit differently. There's two different paths to look at. I think that loading it a little bit differently might be the easier of the two. Because like our limitation for loading can be easily fixed if we, hypothetically, if we put like the coal here instead. We can very easily go like this, And now suddenly, I mean, I guess not quite like that because the pipes, no, the pipes gotta go. I was being overzealous. Heck, these pipes, but they're connected to a lot of very important things. So if we could go ahead and fix it in such a way that is not completely devastating to all of our designs, that would be kind of cool. I fully expect it to end up as completely devastating regardless of our intentions, because that's just how the cookie crumbles, as they say. But you know what? Let the cookie crumble. Or don't, but you could, is the thing. And if you do, then great. But you probably shouldn't, so don't listen to me, because I'm giving you bad advice right now. But the cookie has been uncrumbled, if nothing else. I have, like, no inventory spots at all. I was hoping to get a bunch of the stuff. Can I turn off my personal logistics? Will they keep it in here if I do? I think they'll still take the stuff out, even if personal logistics is off. Do not take the coal. It's like one of the things I want to keep. You can get rid of those at least, if nothing else. I would like to transport everything over just so that they're still on the proper sides. The cube is just chilling here because it filled up extra hard because of what I did. So we'll just let it go. Yeah, we're good on gelatinous tire. Be free. Go into the night cube. What are you doing now? Okay, the metal. Cool. So let's quickly transfer over this stuff. Surely I have one of these in storage and I could just dump my inventory into it. Surely I can craft one of these and just dump my inventory into it. Oh my gosh, why didn't I think of that sooner? Cookies love to crumble, they do. That's kind of the thing about cookies. I'm not all that different from cookies when I think about it. Okay, so now we can copy this, double load this, and then we can just change where we load it, which will be much easier. And hopefully nothing horrible broke, since these are like two very important load-bearing pipes, but you know what? I'm not even going to know about it for a while, so who cares, right? Sweet. That should be better. Hopefully it's 100% better. I mean, you know, we may as well just set it up the whole way, right? Load them if you've got them and all that. Cool, 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 cool. So that's fine. Maybe that hasn't improved at all. I thought that it was at 38 before. It appears the train also got gunked. I really want to fix the train too. I don't know how to do it though, other than to move the whole thing. But it keeps doing this, which is not ideal. And the issue is not the train itself. Oh, please don't waste my repair packs. The issue is that I'm loading two different trains that both need to be blown up. And it'll like successfully blow up one. And then as it goes to blow up the other, it'll get replaced. So having two on one line is just not it. I could slam a separate train into this train, which is a little bit provocative, admittedly, and would probably blow up the train. But if we make trains, wait, hold on. I can just keep ramming trains into more trains until they push through the cars, and then it'll replace the trains. Although I guess it'll replace the trains in the setup already, so it won't necessarily be what we want. There's so much sand, though. Oh my gosh, please, I just want to pick it up. I know. It was a tall ask. I don't need this sand, you're right. I don't really know what to do about it. I guess the best idea would be to just scale up our dissolution by a lot and leave it to calcium, because we have a manual way. So I'm going to remove the secondary train. I think it's got to go. I think that it was fun in theory, but I think it's got to go. Or the secondary car, excuse me. We can easily dissolve the sand. There is something very, very funny about that car impacting there for me. Perhaps it's not that funny in practice, but like being like, okay, I'm gonna just like fix this up, we're all good, and then hearing thump really tickled me in a way that I was ill prepared for, admittedly. All right, get rid of all this coal. Although coal is kind of a rare supply, I shouldn't be so lackadaisical with it. Okay. So now I'm gonna Control Z, and we'll just stick with one train for now, and then it should be able to load just fine. The calcium, or car, excuse me, not train. Goodness, I can tell the difference between vehicles. You just wouldn't get it. So these can run all the time. We should probably set up more of these running. Probably in here, I would say, since there's space for it. should be pretty easy to do as well, because I believe, to my memory, I have actually set up automation for chem plants, which is a pretty rare occurrence for my playthroughs. I don't know what it is about chem plants specifically, but they just do not get done traditionally, but they did here, so let us take advantage of that. We'll throw this over here, and hopefully by dissolving even more of the sand will be good. The thing is, though, we want to make sure that we plug it into this bottom side here, because how the pumps are all set up. So the pipes are going to be a little bit weird, but you won't tell anyone probably, and if you do, I'll be very disappointed, so don't do it. Okay, cool, and then we just need to attach this part over here, and then we can bring the sand over, which we can just use this belt right here, because we already have a belt with sand. It's like it was made to be. It's like someone was putting all that sand through a beautiful collision-focused destruction method before, and now has to cope and do this. Kind of, hypothetically. No one would believe me if I told them honestly it's true. Trains have cars and cars have drivetrains. True. True, true. So there you go. If you think about it, I'm totally right and I've never been wrong. You don't have a connection to the green wire, which is why you're not currently running. So it should be easy enough to do that. You still don't have a connection. I guess that green wire specifically is the wrong green wire. So I'm going to disconnect that so it doesn't break anything. Where doth you be connected? There you are. There we go. So that should work now. We'll call for, I guess, a medium power pole. May as well to kind of finish the setup. Cool. Hopefully that's sufficient enough to kind of balance out our sand overflow. I would like to dump this box eventually as well, but I'm at this point just tempted to grab the Ultra Cube and drive into it with a train and then cut through my entire base. Or not a train, sorry, a car. I'm really struggling with vehicles today. At least it's not animals or something. I feel like I can get away with it. Honestly, it was always very impressive to me when people could like call out a specific vehicle, like make and model and stuff, just like on the fly. Like, that's just a car to me. And that's not, like, disrespectful to anyone. Like I said, it's impressive to me, but I don't get how people do it, because it all looks the same to me. Alright, sweet. So, I don't know what this belt does. But I can move it over here so it no longer intercedes with anything. Intersects. Just only one instead of two. So that's running fine. Good. Great. The cube is cubing. You're not successfully running for some reason. Because you are also flooded with stuff. You got a few of those. Why are you going here if you're not meant to go here? What was I doing? What was this design? I'm so confused. Maybe I set this up and then never finished it? I don't know what this intent was. These can certainly use electronic circuits, so perhaps their intention was to come down here. It would kind of line up with this belt being here, but I don't know how the heck it got so unlined. The most fucked up form of on-site identification I've ever witnessed is someone IDing lab equipment from the 80s without a faceplate. That is, like, alarming and impressive. Okay. I should be able to just underground here. It's not gonna be at the back one, it's fine. I don't know how people do it. Some people just have really good memories for very specific things. Me, I genuinely don't remember yesterday. Just looks like a PCB, and he goes, yeah, it's a Hewlett Packard 998 from 85 or something. That's crazy. Where's my, where am I? Where's my spider? Did I walk all the way without my spider? Whoops. Forgot that I was supposed to be riding that thing. We got about halfway through antimatter power, which is good to see. The synthetic premonition cards aren't running, but they should have been. Didn't I set a rule? I guess we just didn't make enough of this stuff and we ran out of ghost crystal. We should probably get a better buffer of ghost crystal. We currently buffer 3 boxes though. Your radio engineers also got like this, but I've never met that cryptid before. That's funny. I could believe it. A little bit should have gone through. It was probably like a very, very minimal amount. I'm gonna just break everything, I think, and then be disappointed when it breaks. Is that cool with everybody? Great, awesome. Thanks. I just figured I'd keep it a little different today. Felt like an engineer might delete later. One must imagine your inserter arms happy. Okay, this inserter arm is actually just wild and... Okay, so these are all running now, which is good. I don't think I choked up the other line, it's just that one. Cool. I just want science more than I want drive units, I think is what it was being used for otherwise. Cool. They can go back to storing some later on. But science is dramatically more important. So let's think about the antimatter power. Oh, it's going so slow now, but it should be fine now. The science pack we were out of was just like... Science pack we were out of was just like... It's like in a bad spot, but we're good. We're good. I need to stay in this spider so I don't keep tanking trains. Why have you not swapped over yet? I guess because you just never had a reason to pull it out. Oh, I never connected this either. Whoops. Well, there's some more packs to go down, but again, we're not really hurting on those ones. These are not running because they ran out of antimatter. They did run out of antimatter. Now, the thing about the antimatter is we're going to need to actually kind of distribute it around a little bit. Or I guess they're not totally out of antimatter. They're more out of the premonition cards or whatever. I keep calling them premonition cards, but they're not. They're calibration data for the singularity. So I probably want to move that higher up the list of priorities, especially because it's time focused, but I don't know how high I want it up the list, but it needs to run. Like, it's non-negotiable. It does need to be underneath the deep core powder, right? It needs to be underneath the powder. That's where the ectoplasm is going. All right, that's fair. That's valid. Where doth the train? But we definitely want that to be higher on the priority list because it's very, very low right now. It's higher, or it's lower than deep core ore. That's probably deliberate. Heck, it's really like where it should kind of be. I guess I could bump these up higher too. Hopefully that's fine. Okay, so this is fine. The antimatter power should be ramping up a little bit now. I mean, whenever the stuff gets through the belt. This is running fine. It's received some, but isn't sending it. Oh, we were out of antimatter power as well. Cool. Or complete annihilation cards. Wow, that's so weird. I didn't know that decimals even like existed in Factorio. I guess they totally do. Never mind. They certainly exist, but I didn't know they went to like such a long span to like count down how much of the science pack is left. That's very interesting to me. Oh, I hope we have enough science left to finish off antimatter power. I really want to work on it. I don't think we do, but it might be close. That'll be such a boon to us. I mean, it hasn't exactly had to go to the other place, but if our power is quicker, I can speed everything and then it'll be out of places quicker, which is good. Which is the ideal. What can we work on in the meantime? I'm thinking optimizing stops might be the plan and scaling up stops that need to be scaled up. I guess we'll look at pain points. One pain point is potentially matter, but I think that matter is like, I said potentially, but it's probably just fine. Like, we have a really big buffer of matter. It makes a good chunk of it every time. I could theoretically set up a thing that makes it cycle matter, because I don't think it does yet. It'll only run exactly once right now. I could theoretically change it so the matter can run multiple times, but I don't think it's super necessary. I guess technically if it still has a signal to run again, I think the matter is fine. I think the metal is also fine with its new iteration. Something that's been eating at me a lot is spectralite. Let's try to remake the spectralite. I think that's probably a very good idea because it's such a high, crazy high demand. Like, let's look at a science pack on its own, right? The white one. Where are the science packs? There they are. Perfect. So the white one takes a synthetic processor. I wish it would say the exact amount it takes, but a synthetic processor on its own takes 400 ghost wire and a spectralite. That's one spectralite for 16. So like, it's just a pretty like ridiculous amount. And then, you know, the spectralite is 8 to 4, I believe, on the ghost crystal itself. So it's a really, really large amount to make literally anything. It's using effectively everything. So if we can improve our ghost crystal, will be better altogether. The several steps to improving that is processing it faster, which isn't that big of a deal in our current setup. It can run through a few times and it's not sitting too long, but faster is always better. And then much more storage. I think our storage for ghost crystal should be more like this, I should say. It should be a few boxes down the line in a very big design. So I think what we'll do is we'll leave the ghost crystal as is here. The issue is that the ghost crystal is extremely dependent on the despair and joy having it function. Why do we have no intelligent calcium? The lack of those contemplation cards. That's fine. So if I remake anything, it's going to need to be a stop that still remains here if I keep making it here. So if we can fit more of it in here, that's the ideal. So I think I'll operate under that because we do have space here. Not a crazy amount, but we do have some space. Certainly enough to make a good looking buffer, I think. But we got to be very careful with our wires and whatnot and where everything connects because it's almost certainly going to break if we're not super careful. I see the problem, but it's easy enough to fix over there. I never ended up installing power for the new loaders. So we'll very quickly throw down a substation. CubeSat is just so true. And frankly, it's a blunder on my part as a cube mother. I should have been more cube-sponsible. Okay, so once that places, yeah, the cube is rocking it now. Hopefully. It hasn't been able to successfully load yet, admittedly. Oh no, that means we have no coal buffer at all. Alright, the cube's gonna be really sad at the spot for a bit. Do you have to be here? You need to be there. We go through gelatinous tar so quickly. I certainly could load this faster. Perhaps it's time to do that now. I had set it up like this deliberately before so that if I wanted to load it faster, I could. I think I'm going to just cut across there. It's going to be tough otherwise. I mean, it's not that tough, but kind of tough. Let's just cut across. At least for the sake of brevity, I think this is the best idea. Wait, what? Okay, something is gubbed. All right, never mind. It'll have time to load here. We can just get rid of all of that. I'll just put a splitter over here, I guess, for now. We might redesign this loading section later on, though. But the real issue is that I got rid of a very important pipe, which is one of those things where I was like, I shouldn't get rid of a very important pipe, and then did it anyways for fun. Which I know is both bold and beautiful. But what can I say? Sometimes I like to... That is an elbow pipe. I like to, like, you know, bend the norm. Really do something people wouldn't expect. Cube at a different speed. All right, so let's go back to working. I can't believe how much I gubbed that up. I knew it was going to be, like, not perfect, but that's rough. Let's move all of this over. It looks like there's no wiring attached to this literally at all. So I can load this all the way back here with like no downside. I guess technically tree is in the way. I hadn't considered that, and I'm very sorry, tree, but you must go for now. This is our normal load zone over here, so we can move our load zone. Let us disconnect these as well. And we'll redo these, but for now... Oops. I don't know if we have enough purples, but this unloading part shouldn't need purples anyways. Any place we can use purples is obviously ideal for a myriad of reasons. Particularly because purple fast, blue slow. Surely we have purple belts now. We do, we have 1.6 thousand. We'd used up a pretty crazy amount before when doing the previous setup. The really big one. It took all of like last stream. I was gonna say yesterday, I'm very sorry about not streaming yesterday. It was only a little bit my fault, but it was still like mostly my fault, which is unfortunate. But I can say it was only a little bit my fault, and that kind of absolves me from responsibility, which is fun. I like when things are not my fault. I assume this can reach out here, and that's how I was unloading before. Okay, so now we're loading in differently. They're still going to be distributed. We don't need the splitter we had before. I have it set up so that half of them will go to one side and half of them will go to the other side. These should be removable now because these purple belts are so long, it shouldn't matter too much on that. And then we can offload. You offload here, you offload there, you offload here, and I assume you offload probably over here, and I just didn't get it. Sure heckin' do. Sweet. So now I want to set up a new storage system. I think what we'll do is storage system in twos, where we'll have it kind of distributed like this. Although I can distribute this way nicer looking. It's not going to be perfect, but this way we can just distribute in like a fours here. The question is, how do we want to distribute outwards? We have space, so we can kind of like cube it a little bit. I just really like, we need a bunch of this stuff, so I'm really thinking we go crazy with it. I mean, crazy is kind of subjective as well. I don't think it's that crazy in practice. It's just kind of mirroring, whoops, this is going the wrong way. It's kind of mirroring the concept we have of our other design, but in a more compact area. This won't load totally distributed, or like evenly, I should say, but this is like way more storage. So we've eliminated none of our original storages and we've added 8 more, which is obviously quite significant, and 11 is my lucky number, so it feels like it would be logical to go here. Maybe we'll do more though, we'll see. Let me turn on my personal logistics and stuff as well, because I'd like those to be replenished. Why is the cube in the final machine? I feel like this is the second time where it's reached the final machine and not run successfully. You're out of gel this time. I don't think I set the gel high enough on the priority list, and that's probably what's eating away at us right now, which is a blunder on my part. I don't remember where the gel is. I want to say it's not this one, but this one, which is already something that we were really lacking on, so I think that one just needs to go much higher as well. It's so hard to get the priorities right, because in my mind I want to put like the basic necessities as like the utmost priorities, but that's actually like not... I mean, it is correct, but there's like subtle things and stops where I have things that are like replenishing things, which are super important to maintain. So it's a balance of making sure that if this stop needs X, X needs to be fulfilled beforehand. Is this side not checking for juice to enable the train stop? It's not currently. It's only checking for time, because my initial thought was we'll be fine based on stuff, but I should certainly add in juice as a readable thing as well. So let's do that as well to make sure it'll only come down with a sufficient amount to be able to run through once. Looks like our processing is going very good there. It's backed up currently, which is ideal. Cool. So how much do you need to run one of these processes? You need 600 for each one, and we have 12 of them. There's the cube. I was like, where is it? I need to make sure I radar. I think the storage is up here for it. I'm pretty sure this is a storage for something. I mean, surely it's a storage for something, but what is this? Is this the one? Yeah, it totes is. There's the storage for it. Cool. So we're going to go ahead and just attach that to a radar for now. Handcraft some more of these prod mod 2s in the meantime as well. I guess one more. Put down the radar over to here. There's actually a radar already transmitting the data. Wow. Okay, cool. Never mind. We can skip that step altogether. Quickly craft these while we're here as well, and then because it's going to come over here while I'm working on other stuff, I'm sure, which would be slightly inconvenient, though not entirely devastating. Cool. So that should be fine to at least increase the storage briefly. Oh, but it doesn't actually function yet. All right, we'll do this really quickly. So this should be call for radar. Put it down. Is that the setup over there? No, it's not. There it is. Call for radar here. Connect the green into... This one's outputting the signal. This one over here. Then we'll check for any input condition. We'll make that condition the gel stuff, which has a name that I haven't forgotten. Deep solution. And we'll check for the deep solution to surpass... We'll just say 70k. That'll be like sufficient. And if both of these are met, then it'll come to the stop. Really quickly, because I didn't check. Is that in power? It is indeed. Cool. So that should be good. So now that that's checking for that, let's go and finish up this rebuild with our storage increase. Again, it's not the most like perfect design, but really what I'm reaching for here is just being able to store more. Maybe I should have them combine into a single one here so I can triple load the last one. I don't hate that idea, actually. It'll cut down on one of our storages, but it'll make it so that we can keep that concise, like, triple load throughput here. I don't mind a double loading at the very start. That's fine. That should help it empty a lot quicker anyways. Alright, it looks, like, really wonky now. It's just so long on this side. It's fine. This way, when they load into here, from both sides, it'll be able to go through all the way. It's one less storage, but it should be sufficient. Currently, we're checking for if there's less than 12,000 across these three. I think we will change the rule once more. Although I don't know how I want to change the rule. Why don't we do it so that it's based on this one, specifically? I don't remember how much... Ghost crystals in a stack. It's 50, so each box can hold 6,000, so I was checking for 2 full boxes before. How about you only leave once this box is like past 10,000? That sounds pretty okay. It might load too quickly too. I'll have to check. Let's do both of these and keep that 12,000 rule. No, we'll have to do 3 of them then. I never know how to read these in an efficient way. We'll do, I guess, 10k here and see how it reads. That'll mean this has to be full and this has to be mostly full. Hopefully with how it loads and unloads, it should be fine. Another issue that I have, which is manifesting over there right now, is that when it goes to this stop, it runs a bunch. It just takes a long time to run and it requires a crazy amount. I think there was another recipe for this. Also, the water for some reason is quite slow, which is unexpected, to put it lightly. It's actually not unexpected. Because we have one pump going through here. I'm connecting the water here, which is an input, to the part where the sand dilutes over here, which produces a little bit of water, but I think it eats, it eats a little bit less than it produces. So technically there's some, but we could absolutely improve this to speed up the overall speed of the machine. I think probably the easiest way is to just pull fresh water from down here and bring it up. So let us quickly do that. Alternatively, if there's like a pump nearby here, but it doesn't look like there is, so we will grab a fresh one. I don't know if offshore pumps need power in this. I think they don't in like most things, but Factorio does, so it's been on my head. So I played a little bit of Factorio with my roommate and a friend recently. So, how in the goodness' name am I going to get this up here, actually? Not many options. It does appear I can go across here, at least. That's probably good enough if I can connect out there. Yeah, it should be fine. Once your base gets so congested, if you haven't planned ahead for piping and stuff, it's really unfortunate. And I feel like this mod pack especially has a really, really, really large amount of pipes required. It's probably not anything compared to like some more difficult mods like Pyanodons, but it's still quite a bit of pipes required. Whoops. There I go, placing nothing again. Learning about the ability to push Q kind of like changed my universe in Factorio. My eyes were closed and now I see. But what I don't see is where the heck the pipe is. There it is. Perfect. I actually don't know if we're going to need to pump or not. These trees make it really tough to see. I genuinely have no idea what's under there other than part of a pipe. I don't know what part. So let's quickly peek. There we go. That looks good. Make them smooch and then should have a better source of water coming up, which will be good. Miko, her eyes open when she decided to see for sure. Okay, so my thought process was we can underground here. They're loading me up on calcium. My bones are feeling so full of calcium RN. Throw a normal pump over here. And then have it go this way. Do I want to disconnect that is the question. I guess a secondary pump right here would probably be a good idea. Let me move the Spidertron out of the way so we can see a little bit clearer. I guess we'll put the pump over here instead. But I think a secondary pump is also the plan. Maybe. How do I do this? Because I'm going to be pumping in a bunch of water. I mean, maybe the water isn't necessary for that part and it was just like a secondary thing that I was tapping into. How do you get water normally? You pump from a main line up there. So I'm going to just give you your own dedicated water then. We're going to just disconnect you altogether from this part. I do not think it is currently necessary for you to be part of this system. Hopefully. And if it is, then that's going to be really unfortunate for future Miko because pipes are not a fun solve. This is just an off-put of excess water. It sure heckin' is. Now, something I've noticed... No, our mineral water is fine. I was like, we must be low on mineral water. We do want to set up some requirements to actually run the antimatter machine. This still loads extremely slowly. Is it the pump that's slowing it down? I thought pumps make it faster. Why are you running at I was gonna say 1/15th, but I guess it's like 1/8 of your normal speed, roughly. 1/7.5 of your normal speed. Offshore pump is 1200. Why does it say it's 1200 out of 1500 a second? Is it faster to just do a normal pipe? I guess you can do multiple pumps, but you would need multiple lines, and I guess it wouldn't be... No, it would be fine in theory. This is like the exact same speed. I don't think I've ever worked with like multiple pumps to accomplish something like that before. You also pump only 1200 per second. So that could be part of the problem. Whoops. Let's go ahead and remove that and retry that. Whoops. Oh my gosh, tree, get out of the way, please. I'm really sorry to like say it, but heck nature. And I'm not as sorry as one would expect, but I am a little sorry. Okay, so these do 1200 per second, so I'm hoping by connecting this and doing 5 of them, we'll be a lot closer to our goal. Wait, is that still low? Yeah, it is, right? We needed one more of them, actually. Really surprised I set up automation for offshore pumps. That's so unlike me. Alright, does that fix my problem? It sure heckin' does. Alright, cool. That's a lot simpler of a fix than I expected. And now it's just the steam that offloads a little bit slow, but that's no big deal. It's like a quarter second each time, which is much faster than the time it was before coming down here. I'm gonna trust that everything I set up here initially is going to be just fine. Oh my gosh, it loads so heckin' fast now. This rocks at a crazy speed. Alright, cool. So the water problem is solved. You're gonna keep going till there's 4,000, which will take quite a while. But we can probably speed mod it. I wonder if we can get the steam out faster too. I wish you could like click a pipe and it would just like zoom out your map and show you where it is. Is this slowing down my steam? The pumping speed of this goes well past 1200. Oh, is it because it was only the one offshore pump doing 1200? That's what it was. Okay, okay. Never mind. I put it together. My brain was struggling a little bit. This should be fine to put it through. It shouldn't really matter. Maybe if I speed mod it will help. I mean, it shouldn't help. It should help? It should totally help. No, we ran out of antimatter juice like right before the finish line. Hopefully this process is enough to get us there. What are we waiting on for the science? Yeah, the new packs. Although we're also out of the white ones again, which is not too shocking. Hopefully with this new design, we'll be able to store so much of the stuff here that it'll be a lot more efficient. Because our ratios for making it are just fine. And what do we add up for the new pack? Looks like these cards. We really need to fix this up. I guess we can have a few of these set up technically. It doesn't really take too much external stuff. I think a steam buffer tank before the pump might help also. Overflow from the machine slow down if pipe segment is after is nearly full. Interesting. All right. Let us do that then really quick. I really don't understand pipes, so I do appreciate the advice. Is this not the steam output? Ah, you've done steaming. You've steamed successfully. You've become what you must. Where the heck is the pump? The pump's not up here. Oh, it is up here. Okay, never mind. I was pretty confident it wasn't. So we'll do... honestly, we may as well do like a fancier tank, right? I don't see why we wouldn't at this point. Other than the sake of space, but it should be pretty easy still to fit one in here. Think a lot about how they work between 1.1 and 2.0. Hopefully for the better. As a primarily 2.0 baby, I only know life as it is now. And you put down the pump whenever the pipe yells at you. So this is loading 3 lines right now, and this still loads a little bit slower than we'd like to. A lot of it slower, actually. A pretty significant chunk slower. What do I do about this? I mean, in general, it seems like we've been getting backlogged by deep core powder. We don't unload this quick enough. Like, that's like a very obvious starting thing. Improving the offloading here and then the storage for deep core powder is probably a nice improvement spot. I've noticed it's gotten stuck before, but I usually just have kind of like disregarded it for the most part. Like this spot here just has never gotten a chance to really go free because of how far into the setting or setup it is. should be easy enough to just have effectively 2 of these off-putting. Of course, when I turn this off, this will stop feeding in here, which is kind of a problem. So this is a 4x4 setup, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set these up preemptively. We're going to have one of them over here, and then one of them over here as well. How close was that? I guess I'll flip them. Help me kind of like keep it looking good in the design. Wonderful. And then from there, we can have effectively twice the speed of offloading, and there should be less like stuck corners. It won't be an incredible improvement, but it'll be improvement enough. Right, so I'm going to quickly change the direction of this since we have a few seconds. This one literally does not have a loader in front of it and has never run, which is quite fun, and I'm very glad that we learned that, and I'm not upset at all. And I know that when people say I'm not upset, they often mean they're upset, and I am upset, so it would make sense if you got that vibe. I hate that. I can't believe that. Heck. So our setup was even less efficient than we thought. Never fun to learn, but something you have to deal with. If I design this side and let the other side keep running for now, there should be no meaningful downside for it, and I can just kind of copy paste it later on. Hi, hello, Q, how's it going? Upsetty Pasquetti? I am kind of upsetty Pasquetti. Let's move it over here instead. Then have it load like this. This should help the loading quite a significant amount, and we also have a lot more freedom to actually load this side now. I wish there was a button to hide rails for a little bit. Because that would be really cash money. But it's fine. 2.01 adds that button? Stop. Don't threaten me with a good time. That's very cool if so. And I am very much looking forward to it. It'll be interesting to do a playthrough of it. I want to do another randomizer soon too. I've been thinking about that. Not like a crazy amount lately, but enough where it's been on my mind. Oh my gosh, I know my inventory is full. What a surprise. Wow. Miko carries a bunch of garbage all the time. Surprise, surprise. Actually, I want to keep those ones. Okay, so I wanted to load ideally across here. I think we need to do 2 of them though. Oh no, cool, it's perfect. Then we can have this go up here. That's the stone loading on this side. We shouldn't need to go crazy town with the stone. It should just be fine keeping it basic. We're gonna want a substation here. I'm aware the cube is stuck right now. I was not aware of it before. I forgot that while fixing this, it'll be like this. I'm gonna just send it elsewhere for now. It can't leave because I've trapped it here forever. I truly am a bad cube mom, but here we are. Okay, I put my old lip rings in far before the holes were healed, and a seam got stuck inside a hole. Oh my gosh, that sounds horrible. Went to the Pearson Town, he saved my life, got out painlessly. That's good. I'm glad you opted to do that, because that sounds really unfun. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. But I am glad that you are seemingly okay. I need to feed this over to here. Yeah, I remember a horror story when it comes to belly button piercings that maybe I'll tell at some point. But not right now. The time has to be right. The mood has to be proper. Okay, I'm going to move this over a little bit so we can double load the coal as well. We're going to want 2 loads on each of these things, but this should be perfectly valid to set up now. Okay, so let's deconstruct this, I guess. I mean, actually, we'll feed this for now. I'm going to try and disconnect this all together so that once it finishes loading, I guess we'll just get rid of the loaders for now and I'll replace them later. But once it finishes like going through these, it should hopefully be able to process the remaining stuff and then everything's good to go. I also potentially want to make another mausoleum for deep core powder. I don't know if I'm going to do it yet or not. Okay, the coal doesn't have an offload right now. I'm gonna need to set this up anyway, so we'll put the coal there. Cool, 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 cool. That should be fine now. So, what am I gonna do about the deep core powder? I definitely want... Oh, right, I wanted to double load it. That's what it was. So we're gonna do a separate deep core powder storage up here as well. I guess we can just kind of mirror it a little bit. I'm gonna deconstruct this here. Get rid of that middle sorter that we had set up before. And then we can switch it over to the new design, which we should be able to just mirror over really quick like. And also we're gonna have a rail included for some reason, which is very unfortunate because that locks us to the rail grid, so it's actually just unusable. Which is fine. I didn't grab the entire design. Should be able to flip it horizontally. Is that right? I guess it must be right. I'll trust. It looks wrong, but it might be right. You know, sometimes things just look wrong, but they are in fact right. Let's store this. Let's remove this rail part so I can actually use this blueprint again, because it'll just help my little peanut brain to quickly do that. Rotate it a few times, flip that bad boy, and plug it in. You did in fact send me a picture of your throat tattoo, and I did in fact see it. That is true. I could post it for you if you wanted, but surely you would want the honor of such a thing. Where do I want to load the second one? I could move all these a little bit too. Let's just keep it like lined up sort of. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it just needs to be like here-ish. Here-ish is fine. Now we can load more deep core here. At a faster pace, it'll go through 2 different boxes now, which means it should be able to store more and it should be able to load quicker. Hopefully everything should be good. What is this doing? Does that do literally nothing? No, it's just clogged right now. Perfect, great, everything looks fine. I guess I want this one to load over to the side more actually. I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do with this one, and I still haven't totally figured it out yet. Uh-oh. I have misplaced a single thing, minor spelling mistake, which will in fact result in countless years of shame, unfortunately. There's really no coming back from it. It's a shame you can't like minor spelling mistake Control Z when you misspell something online in an argument and then people make fun of you. Life would be so nice. But here we are. I really don't know what to do. I feel like I gotta move everything. Like, loading the coal is fine, I guess. We can load it through the side here. The coal goes through, done. The stone can also be fine, but it's kind of in an aux spot. I'm really trying to figure out what I want to do about the deep core powder. It should be double loading now into this spot here. I could set up another box here, I suppose, but it's not really a satisfying outcome, right? We'd want a second one that this one exclusively loads into. Which we can kind of set up, but it's like tight on space, like really tight on space. This should be fine, actually. Having a double storage box is really what I wanted. I kind of want to redo this whole thing, but space-wise, oh my god, the cube is stuck somewhere. It tried to run twice through a machine it shouldn't have tried to run twice through. I messed something up. Oh, the cube is being so needy today. Like, I'm sorry, but... Cube, you are being really heckin' needy today. Okay, that should make it so the cube spends dramatically less time here. Both these sides should be fine now to offload at a dramatically faster pace. That should be good. I will need to craft one more mausoleum, then we'll go over. It looks sick though. Streamer can confirm. Please confirm. Streamer. Hey, wait, nope. I'm not doing the parasocial relationship thing. That's dangerous. That's a slippery slope. The only things that I think are sick are... what do I think are sick? Space. I think that the little, like, small frogs you find in the Amazon rainforest are pretty sick. What's another really neutral thing that won't build any parasocial relationships? Science. Everyone likes science. I don't think anyone dislikes science. Kids love science. When I was going through school, I was so excited about science. Kind of unironically, though. Science is pretty rad. Oh, but if I say that, people are going to think I was a nerd growing up. Clearly, they'll know I'm not a nerd. Okay, so... you are starting the process, which is very unfortunate, which means you're stuck in here. Why did you run again? It should not have been possible, right? I could see you running once because this was met. Where are your offloads? Oh. No, I can totally see that being possible, actually. This should not be here at all anymore. I should have removed that in the first place. You offload report picker upper. Yeah. I put it back because I thought it was necessary, but I don't think it was. Whip, I'm still not confident we're not the exact same person. Because I have not seen us in the same room before. Which really means I could be anyone. Because I don't see a lot of people in the same room as Mia. At least not like incredibly. I mean, I guess it depends. What do you consider a room? Do you consider a supermarket a room? Is a supermarket just a large room with food in it? At that point, is a supermarket just a fridge as well? Would you consider a fridge to be a room? What if it was a walk-in freezer? Welcome to my TED Talk. Oh, yay, the antimatter power is going again. How exciting. I'm doing IRL science run. Do you have pre or mid rolls enabled? I have only manually, or I have pre-rolls. I tried to like play with the idea of which one would be better. And I know a lot of people will run like ads every hour and stuff, and I considered it, but I just throw the pre-rolls on. I usually like clear them at the start for the first hour of the stream, but then I'm like, I don't know. Interrupting people watching is so annoying. Okay, antimatter power is done, which is good. It is going to be a little bit dramatically more expensive than we can maintain right now, or at least make, I should say. Particularly on the data. Where would this actually be stored? Right, so all of it's going on in the belt right now, which is not the end of the world, but it's a little bit unfortunate because I wanted to make that reactor, and it appears that we're kind of low on materials for said reactor. And my inventory is full. Let's go ahead and throw down a box here. Oh, wait, it's like everything from the box here. Add guard extra nukes pre-rolls reliably. One of my mods, Lily, is like a savant, I feel like. Maybe I'm overselling her. I think she's asleep right now, though, so I can do it. But she's like a savant when it comes to figuring out how ad block works on specific things. Like, she has done some crazy ad block related stuff. So she probably has a good idea of stuff if you have any questions about my specific ads, because I'm sure that she's circumvented them. All right, cool. So most of this stuff we have requested defaultly. So I don't think we're in bot range right now. Pre-rolls is better, but subbing is best is actually so based. Remember, if you have a subscription to Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime, you get a Twitch Prime sub. Hit me with the primer. Put some bread in my bowl. Keep thy teacup full. I don't know if we're making refined concrete. I think actually we're not anywhere, are we? We must, right? None. Refined concrete. We make at least some somewhere, but it goes into a box. Oh, no, we are totes making them. I'm just not in the right spot for them. Let's expand our Roboport range here so I'm not just constantly feeling like I can't get anything. I could also just requester chest everything. That would probably be sufficient as well, at least for a lot of it. Basically avoid streams with frequent ads because people are running 10 minutes of ads every 30 minutes. Well, the thing is like they straight up like tell you if you want a bigger cut of ad revenue and stuff, run 3 minutes of ads every hour, I want to say. Like, I don't know. Remember, folks, if you can see ads, it's not just annoying, it's a sign your security is lacking. It's true. All of my being has been taken from me. I do appreciate the pet Tamiko, though. It's actually wicked hot today on a related note, so maybe losing the coat was the right idea. Should we queue up other signs? I don't know. Okay, let's have a little powwow here. I could start doing some of the sciences that go on forever, although 2 of them require the antimatter. This one's probably just good to do. It takes so much synthetic premonition cards. I guess I'll start the answer to life, the universe, and everything. We won't be finishing it anytime soon. This is going to be an extremely long thing, but if we're not doing anything, we may as well make progress on it. Alternatively, I can go for worker robot capacity, but I don't generally rely on bots too hard in my builds traditionally, in spite of what one would think. Cool, so that should be fine over time. It's running through here. Let me make sure that you actually run properly now. Because if ads can sneak in something less pleasant things, those are way, way more profitable. It's true. Jokes aside. It's crazy too. I mean, I think about it from, I guess not from time to time, but like how convincing scams and stuff are nowadays. Growing up, I was just like, I think I've talked about it in stream before, but I was got playing RuneScape with my cousin, actually. I was going to say with my sister, but this time it was with my cousin. And we were playing RuneScape. Someone in the Verak West Bank said that they changed it so that you can say your password out loud, and they'll censor it. Now you should try it. And I tried it, and I lost like my mithril plate body, which was like the only thing I had. It was very sad. This being said, nowadays scams are like, anyways, we used AI to like replicate your entire family reaching out to you with fake numbers that look like they're actually calling you. Good luck figuring it out. Stuff is so scary. I kind of hate the days we're living in. There's plenty of positive things about them too, don't get me wrong. Sweet, this is getting close to done, which is nice. We're also gonna need to make the annihilation chambers as well. How many are we gonna need? It's 150 megawatts per. What's our current speed? We're doing 800 megawatts. I'm guessing that's with the entire this running. These are 120 each. Where's the rest of my power coming from? It must just be here and I'm misunderstanding it. Oh no, wait, we can see our production here. Okay, very small amount of steam engines. We're just not maxing them currently, I suppose. Either way, we're probably going to want a good chunk of them, but I don't know how many, what kind of ratio. What do you produce? You produce You say 246 gigawatts? Oh, and they said that there was something else we had to do. I forgot about that. Generates power from antimatter matter annihilation, capable of providing 6 gigawatts of power for each fully saturated input port, for a combined total of 24 gigawatts. Or as any excess energy is lost, bulk storage will be necessary to avoid waste. Okay, so every single time it runs, it seems like it outputs everything, and then any of the extra energy just goes kaput. It's just like a big surge of energy, which is interesting, but it also means we're going to need a lot more bulk frames. Did I automate bulk frames? I hope I heckin' did. If not, that's really going to come to bite me right now. I sure heckin' did not do it. Kind of. I did, but in a lazy way. Yeah, the AI voice fakes don't work. They really are. Some people say you should set up a secret password with loved ones. Honestly, not a terrible idea. Like, jokes aside, that is like a good idea to do. Just something to verify who you're talking to is real, which is absolutely awful that that's like something that has to be done. But there's just so many things nowadays. What was I looking for? Okay, so this is done, so we can actually call for a deconstruction of that for now. Oh, right, I was looking at the accumulators. I was looking at capacitor, but I was trying to think of accumulator. There's no metal for you. Presumably because the metal hasn't run for a little bit, that's fine. So it's making bulk frames. But they were like, were there any in the box over there, or were we just completely out? Oh, there are some. Okay, no, there's a ton of bulk frames. Great. Each one is 1 gigajoule, so this should be fine. We can set up a bulk frame network now, which we apparently already did, and I forgot that we did, so we will just extend this upward a few times. Assuming this is tileable, which it looks like I set up to be. Sure heckin' is. I don't know if we have, whatever the heck it's called, the stuff that flattens an area. Not flattens, but covers. What is it called? Landfill. I couldn't think of landfill for a minute. Whoops, let's also get rid of that one. Made it too close. Probably should have set this up with roboports in mind. That was kind of a blunder on my part. We'll put one in the middle there. That should hopefully make it fine. I'll see if I can do the same thing, the same general spot down here, because I'm going to be covering over some of the ooh, I'll have to cut into the reactor to make it perfectly square. I mean, it's fine. We'll leave it for now, and then we'll expand it out in a little bit. This is probably more than we have available anyways. We're pretty close. How many gigajoules does it make each time? There it is. So it's 24 each activation. I don't totes understand it, though, if I'm being honest. I'm glad to see it's running this regularly now, though. That's good. I want to see it run ghost crystals, and it hasn't done that yet. It could just be because it was stuck at the not matter, but the contemplation one. Hey, there's our 1000th complete annihilation card at 74.58. We need, what, a little over 10,000 of them? So may as well keep them going now. I'm really glad this Besselheim flask setup ended up working just fine, because I struggled with that a few times. Okay, so did I finish setting this up? I sure heckin' didn't. In no way, shape, or form did I finish setting this up. This is the return path over here. This is excess flasks, which need to go underground. So let's move our bot out of the way, and then we will go ahead and fix all this stuff that we set up and then actually end up fixing. So these normally are just cubes that return to be fed back into the system. So I guess we will go back to a splitter design, actually. It won't matter for the first activation, but for the second, when they go loop around, it'll matter. What's a good way to feed it back in without making it all one side? I guess it shouldn't matter. It should be all one side anyways. But that's really not ideal. It's got to be a better way than what I'm doing right now. Can I go across here? Is it a little bit too far? It's a little bit too far. Okay, good to know. What is a good way to feed it back in? These don't have choose output side. If I do this, these will output here and be on this outer side, and then these will all be on which side? This side. So it'll be on the upper side here. Oh, it'll actually be conveniently fine. That'll actually be completely fine. I was thinking they were going to all saturate one side, but it looks like it's fine. Granted, when they come back through, they'll all be on one side, but it shouldn't matter as much. It's just the initial distribution, which was really an issue. What else did I not set up? Because clearly I was ill-prepared here. This is where the spent cubes go. I have a line for spent cubes here, and I don't have one over there, so we will need another underground here. A lot of like micro optimizations here boil down to like if we can fit the cube in like a tighter area, like if it travels across an area in a shorter span, if it offloads even one more, if it offloads here, it saves like a little bit of time. So the bigger this kind of thing is, the better it'll be if we save time on it, obviously. I'll put that one in the blueprint book. Actually, I think that's already in the book, so we can just remove it. What did I want to do? I want to upgrade planner. Blue to green specifically, which I think we might have in here, or blue to purple, excuse me. That's red to blue, blue to purple, cool. This whole section takes a lot of time for it to travel through, so I think that calling for an upgrade here is a good idea, sooner than later. Sure, that should be fine. We don't really mess with belt weaving, so it shouldn't make a meaningful difference. How do ghost crystals come out of the bottom left one? See, that's the neat part. They don't. I appreciate it. I thought I had set that up before. Whoops. There we go. That should be fine to feed. That should be fine to feed. That should be fine to feed. That should be good as well. There we go. Ultra Cube loves its purple, and I'm kind of down with him. We should work on upgrade plannering basically anywhere that the cube takes time on. There's no reason not to. We don't need to worry about... Did I get rid of my planner? Or is it in my inventory somewhere? Oh, it's probably because I grabbed it from here. I'm gonna go stick it down here for now so we have a reference point for it whenever we need it. But like this kind of belt should be changed over. It's not a dramatic difference, but what is it? Like, you know, 33% faster or whatever. It's worth doing. This one doesn't have to change, but I'll do it anyways for aesthetics. We can probably speed module that machine too. Did we upgrade the loading on that? We have prod mods here. Oh, probably because I didn't want to move it. We have used about a quarter of it, but we can almost certainly switch it over to speed. I mean, the speed doesn't really matter. It goes fast enough, to be honest. Prod is probably a better idea. Cool. That's all set up now. They're replacing those belts to make it quicker. I would like it to go Ghost Crystal next, but I got a funny feeling it's not going to. Yeah, having such a high priority for this is certainly a double-edged sword. Ghost crystals are actually like extremely far down the priority list as well. That's the issue. I want it to come here, but not as frequently. But it is very important. Very tough to balance out where I want the priorities. But the ghost crystals have not been run for a long time, so we really need to see what the heck's going wrong. And how we can fix it. I need to filter that, actually. There we go. I could theoretically replace these with loaders, but I don't think it's necessary because it only outputs one at a time, so that should be fine. That goes through here. They get repaired. Awesome. They potentially cycle through again. I think everything is just good now. Other, it just needs to like come here and then actually like run it, which is a beast of itself. How are we doing antimatter power? Right, we can't do any more antimatter power until we get those spectrolights, which means we need to make sure the cube goes there. Wait, you're already back over there? I thought the cube was still at the drill. Isn't your priority much lower now? I swear interrupts don't make any sense. Oh no, did I break the interrupt for this? Is that what happened? No, I didn't. Okay, you're going to Ghost Crystal now. Sweet. Cool, cool, cool. Good. Let's see to it that Ghost Crystal runs okay really quick. It wasn't a massive upgrade or anything, and it should take longer to be here. Where the heck is Ghost Crystal? It's up here. Making more Drain to spare makes sense. We're a little bit behind on it right now. We did set up the system where we will waste excess joy. Which is a little bit extra steam, but it shouldn't matter in practice. Cool, so it's going to break down now. We can switch these over to speed modules. A lot of like smaller things we're going to be changing is just like changing things that the cube takes anytime into speed modules. Especially with our new power setup, it should be easy to maintain. Speed modules here wouldn't make too much of a difference unless I improve the loaders. Then they might... Alright, that does look actually quite cool, in spite of this belt being a little bit longer. Cool, so it's loading at a decent speed. It is going through the process again because it identifies that it must do exactly that because we don't have a satisfying amount of ghost crystals yet. This number is raising, but at a slow pace, which is good. 10,000 should be achievable, right? Yeah. Cool, 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 cool. So this looks good. Hopefully with the extra buffer storage and whatnot. Now, granted, this won't always be full or like ever with this setup. It's only looking to fill these 4, but I'm hoping that there will just be like a cascade of a few extra ones that go through. Each activation produces 100 ghost crystals. I could also set it up so it goes through a very specific number of times as well. But I think this is probably sufficient. I'm glad I learned how to do that, though. It seems like a useful thing to be able to apply in the future. Other than that, it's loading. Like, it's doing what I wanted it to do. It does spend a while here. I could start loading more out. An alternative change would be like, I could make each of these boxes a dedicated offloader for these. And then have an extra line of storage here. And just check that these fill up potentially. Because there's like about a second of downtime between its activations, so we could certainly save a lot by unloading quicker. The only issue is, again, if I try to keep in this one area, space becomes more constrained as time goes on, which is not that impossible. But it'll allow us to double unload, which is pretty important. I'm going to try and set that up in the meantime. Whether or not it actually pans out right now is to be seen for sure. But my thought process is that we can potentially eke out a little bit more efficiency here. And again, this is not like the perfect unloading or anything. Far from it. I do have to make sure that they're filtered, because if not, the little cubes will go into the system and everything will get super gubbed up. That looks fine. That should be good there. Okay, yeah, see, now it's loading quicker than the cube's getting in there. So this is much, much better for unloading. It's still not perfect, but it's better for sure. Great, so the rule we're looking at is greater than 10,000 across these two boxes. That has been satisfied. So the cubes will run through a handful more times if they've already kind of set on their adventure over there, but otherwise the cubes will start going downward and through the system. Now, it took a very, very long time for them to leave. It would have been quicker otherwise. This basically doubles our total storage and primarily uses this section as like throughput more than anything else, which is not the most ideal, but is good enough, right? It's better than nothing. We have double the amount of ghost crystals here, which will hopefully be satisfying. We certainly want to upgrade at least to blue here. How bad were purples to make? Ah, right, they take arcane drive units, which are in kind of short supply right now because they're very expensive to make. Not that I'm against picking purples, but if we make them, I want to use them very sparingly because of how ridiculously expensive they are for us currently. I could change it up so we load 3 belts out here as well. Regardless, the ectoplasm will now be filled up from our previous excursion as well. Looks like our spectral processors are running as expected, and the spectralite is spitting out with those prod mods, so everything is looking good on the production side of things. We can also use beacons too, because we do have like a massive abundance of beacon juice. It just comes down to where we want to use them and where they'd be most efficient. And there are those spectral processors finally getting queued up, so we can hopefully get the antimatter reactor up as well, and then kind of figure out what we're working with. Where the heck was I crafting? It was at the end of the science setup, I think. That would make sense to me, because I was pulling stuff from it. Ah, but I don't have a box for spectral processors. I should have just grabbed some. How many do we need? 200 of them? There was like 150 in the box, so we'll go nab a few of those real quick. It still spends a lot of time at this stop. I think if I decouple the ectoplasm from it, I probably wouldn't make a difference. It really like needs both them pretty similarly. It's tough to like really maximize its time. Delicious spectral processor. I don't remember how many we need. There's 100 something, right? 161. Which we do not have yet. But we are getting close. We're also like gunking our science for a little bit. But hey, we're at 2% to our technical win con, and it'll be 156 more hours till we finish, which is kind of cool. Hopefully you grab snacks. Because I'm hungry. And it's kind of rude if you didn't bring snacks, because like you should have thought I was going to be hungry. Okay, so a handful more spectral processors. I ran out of snacks, ate them all. Ugh, brutal. At least they went to a good source, I suppose, but think about the snack list. Think about the have-nots that have no snacks. I'm glad at least someone could enjoy them, though. Oh, thanks for the lab coat back. Oh, maybe there's some in the pockets. That's a good point. I'm very much like find snacks at the bottom of my bag randomly, so that would absolutely track. Speed modules. This takes a while to cook, but that's fine. Oh, and the pudding. You know, pudding is a snack, technically. It's not even really like a technicality. Pudding just is a snack. Is rainbow pudding jam edible? You look at rainbow pudding jam and tell me you would eat rainbow pudding jam. If you would, then yes. How is this the way it is? Oh, I see. Have these literally never run ever? That's fine. How did this happen? I was like pretty confident it just worked. But it turns out it did not work. Why there specifically too? It was a bad copy paste, surely. I don't know when it happened, because clearly there was some down here before. Either way, cool. So this will be good. I need to free up some inventory spots. Surprise, surprise. Wow, Miko has way too many inventory items. Surprise was had by all. I'm gonna meticulously do it because I know I have a request for some things at least. Oh, I guess we can actually place it now. I was gonna wait to see what it looked like, but we can do it right now, right? Cool. So here's our antimatter reactor. My plan was to put it kind of near this section here. It should be fine anywhere as long as there's space, but we'll do it here because it's like a good chunk of space for it. Heck, we can't see what the outputs look like. Annihilation chambers look kind of exactly how I would have expected. Although I kind of hate that they can't rotate horizontally. Like, you can rotate the input and the output, but I want the actual machine to rotate, which I'm sure is like a lot of work to do. So it sounds like I'm whining, because I am whining, but still. Now I'm confused because this seems to output ionized annihilation stream, and oh right, the gamma waste is like nothing. How the heck do I put this into there? How doth? Generates power for each fully saturated input port, but I don't really see an input port here. Maybe it's a visual thing. It might be the edge here. That could be. Does that line up perfectly? Yes, it does. So you would input like this, I assume, is the plan. Wait, what? There we go, vertical. Because the waste is the other one. So I'm guessing it'll look like this, and then the waste goes out, and we need to destroy the waste. We've done something. Created the first antimatter reactor. Cool. I do love me some antimatter reactor. Not as much as I love me some refined concrete, surely. Oh, whoops, what am I doing? Oh my gosh, my inventory is so full of garbage. Okay, cool. So let's go grab the calibration data, put it back over to here. I'm so proud of the quantum data setup. Genuinely, like, my pride and joy. Okay, cool. Now you're showing your inputs. So it looks like we have the correct idea. Spidertron does not like being above it. So it takes matter unit and basic matter unit, and over 2 seconds, it will do that and then produce 48,000 ionized annihilation stream and 48,000 gamma waste stream. We surely have a way to get rid of gamma waste now, so let's go ahead and investigate what that is. You put in 48,000 of it, and then it outputs 8,000 water and 8,000 steam in an ultra-dense furnace. Wait, that kind of sounds awful. I think I hate that, actually. The ultra-dense furnace part's what has me, because we have to run the ultra-dense furnace with the cube. So we need somewhere to store it. I guess it's not that bad. We need somewhere to store it, and then the cube needs to go there. I was really hoping to avoid using the cube altogether. It's not that big of a deal, but it is kind of like a really big deal, and I'm devastated. But it's really not that big of a deal. But I am devastated. And it is a big deal. Let's go ahead and copy this, flip it horizontally, and then just apply it basically everywhere. Clearly this was meant to be a cube. All of Cubetopia is meant to be a cube. Heck, I did this side poorly, I think. No, this is fine. Is it one apart? It is one apart. You know what? We'll waste some pipes for aesthetic value, actually. I don't know if it's a good aesthetic, but it's an aesthetic all the more. Kind of thing about aesthetics, they're subjective. Alright, so the ghost crystal's running in, which is good. We need to make another thing, which is the 4 annihilation chambers. I'm really worried this is just going to be like kind of bad. Hopefully it won't be. I think I'm going to keep the nuclear reactor running for now, at least. Subject to change, certainly. Where is... Here it is. So I'll go ahead and change it over to this, which takes the quantum calibration cards, which is good because that's the one I have like a bunch of excess of. I will set up a requester here, and we only need 4 of them. I'm going to hopefully just set up one of these reactors, because they seem kind of confusing, but if we get the hang of what it actually does, it should be extremely easy to tile them. It just begins to boil down to making the same setup multiple times, which again, is fine, at least for the resources to go through. But something very, very, very important is that our power source is now going to be antimatter, so this is going to need to run somewhat frequently. I'm honestly struggling to figure out how frequently this will run. It says it has a 2-second crafting time. Does that mean that I'm going to need to be consuming like 1 every half second to keep the power running? Because that is a crazy demand if so. It does say bulk storage will be necessary, so I'm optimistic we'll be able to set it up attached to like the bulk storage network, look at how much we have, and then it only kicks on when our storage gets low. If that's how it is, which is how it appears to me, it won't be that bad. So fingers crossed that it is in fact as I perceive it. And it should actually be quite efficient and very not wasteful. How far away are you? You are 1 space away. Everything's a cube if you think about it. You ever think about how messed up it is that like we're playing Ultra Cube, but it's in Factorio, which is like flat, so we don't really have cubes. I mean, it's not that flat. There's like a little bit of depth to it. At the end of the day, like it's Factorio. I found out that Factorio, at least according to Steam, or not Steam, YouTube came out in 2016, which is quite surprising to me. Okay, cool. So this looks good. Let's set up some substations. I just couldn't believe that it had like such a long time ago release. Don't get me wrong, I'm down for it. I knew not the old guard. There's an early access for a long time. That is mighty cool. I definitely feel fortunate because I feel like around the time I started, everything was like really good. Not to say that it was not really good in early access, because I'm sure it was still quite good. Or probably, it might have been awful too, but I feel like it'd be a lot safer to assume that it'd be decent. I messed up the power somewhere, I just can't figure out where. Maybe they're fine. The wiring here to here looks very strange to me though. Are we out of substations? There's no chance. Okay, we're totes not out of them. I thought we might have been. I'm gonna make a request for... Oh no, I have actually a bunch of these on me. I was gonna say I was gonna request some resplendent plates, but we can place these manually. A cube got stuck somewhere. Cube is stuck, alert. AFK meetings. Hopefully the meetings go well and are as enjoyable as the meeting gets. He goes back. I am back, Wise Wolf. It's so good to see you. How are you today? Oh no. I absolutely did not sort the outputs of one of these. Let's quickly reform the cube and then I'll troubleshoot. My poor cubes. There we go. I have these filtered correct. I have these filtered. This doesn't actually do anything anymore, actually, so I get rid of that one. How the heck did they end up in there? I'm guessing they went through the system. Shouldn't be possible from those two. Those two should be fine. Those two should be fine. How in the heck? Have a week vacation now, so great. Oh, that sounds so nice. Hopefully it's a super relaxing vacation for you. Yeah, I'm doing just stellar here. Be a fool to complain, really. I have no idea how that got there. It's got to be somewhere like here that I changed. Go back here, they go down here. Because they were like, no, they were consumed. No, they were unconsumed. Oh, it's right here. This is where it is. I see. Easy enough to fix at least. Some of them are loading onto the side there, presumably after going through the loop again. Cool. That should be fine now. Awesome. So let's go back and see, have we made any of the thingum we want? Gonna be a pretty firm no. Not for lack of trying, but perhaps because these are unavailable currently. Go ahead and put some of those in a passive provider chest. I don't think we're out of resplendent plates. We shouldn't be out of resplendent plates at least. Ruh-roh, apparently I didn't set that up right, so we'll fix that really quick. Apparently I have an extreme abundance of deep core powder that's not being used, which is strange as well. What was I going to check before that? My poor brain's all scrambled now. Right, the resplendent plates, which shouldn't be possible that we're out. Something must have broke somewhere. No rare earth metals. All right, so everything's just backed up because metals went too far down the priority. Oh, no, they're running right now. There we go. Perhaps I should set up a rule to make it so that the metal... I guess I already have rules for it, don't I? It will run multiple times, I think. Oh yeah, it'll run a bunch here. So it just took a while to get back to the metal. It got stuck a few times, so I think that's probably where the issue came from. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. So, assuming that those are going into a box wherever the drive units are. Sweet. So those should eventually be available for the requester chest, which I didn't actually set up yet, so that's probably part of the problem. Can remove those. Once we make the 4 of those, we can go ahead and start loading. I guess it's fine. I was thinking that the poles were wrong, but they're fine. Sweet. So we have the fluid directly inserting. We have our excess fluid. We have a train stop right here as well. And it's going to be the same exact train stop that's being used for running the system to feed our power. So what we are going to do is just set up the furnace and destruction right here. This seems like a very logical place for it. I can't think of a better one, to be honest. And it's already going to come down here anyways, because we physically need to run this to have our power maintaining. So this seems like a very logical situation. The issue I'm thinking about now is how we're going to offload all that steam, and I don't know if there's a good way to do it currently. I don't think we have steam anywhere close. I could set up an isolated area with just a few steam boilers or whatever, not steam boilers, steam turbines, is that what they're called? Steam engine. Which apparently I haven't researched yet, which is news to me. But if I set up these, I can set up... Oh, actually, I have like a pretty okay idea. It's a little bit cursed though, if that's cool, which I assume it is. No, this is going to be great. It'll be fine. This is a very good idea. This is one of the best ideas I've ever had actually. I'm going to have to run some numbers or test it and see how much needs to be improved, but I think this is a brilliant idea. Apparently we don't have any turbines sitting around, which is unfortunate because I thought we had a setup for it, but I guess we don't. We'll have to manually craft some of them. Thankfully they aren't too bad to make. Hopefully with all the metal flowing as well, the resplendent plates will be back. It's going to be so weird going to another Factorio mod pack. I wonder what the next natural step is. Maybe it will be Nullius. I don't really know how difficult it is. I really love Ultra Cube though. Totally blew away my expectations. I guess I didn't really have any expectations. So it's like, you know, it was just enjoyable. Surprise. I say just like I've won and not like I'm at 0 science out of the 9,600 I need. We're fixing everything up now, and this should make it so we can run things at full capacity without stressing. Granted, our 400 gigajoules of accumulator charge certainly helps the dream as well. That one video that Fabian linked in the meat card was really interesting to watch. That creator explains things very, very good. So weird that it says certain things are not researched. I wonder why that is. And loaders don't even exist in this, neither do small electric poles. How peculiar. Alright, I'm getting brain scrambled. So here's my thought, right? We can set up like this. We can have this one be antimatter. And this one just be matter. We will need to put antimatter into a chest as well. Which should be easy enough to do. Currently it goes over to here. I'll just have it rip off into here and then have a chest of it to be stored. I don't think it's going to run that quickly. I don't really know, to be honest. But we're going to need an energy bulk frame over here to read its contents as well. Put that over there. I definitely feel like I'm having an IQ too high moment when it comes to this setup down here. Which is not often a good sign. It might be profoundly dumb. I don't actually think it's that dumb in practice, but it'll certainly be something, if nothing else. Maybe revolutionary. Who can say? I feel like it'd be unlikely if it was revolutionary, but it would be kind of a big brag if it was. I'd like to change those U-Matter machines over to speed modules too, because I think they unload fast enough now. No, they still get a little bit stuck unloading. Changing this setup so that every machine can unload twice would be a really nice boon. I think these are a relic of the past, surprisingly, these inserters. Probably should have been removed a little while ago, but they weren't. Sweet, so we've got our delicious ice cream sandwiches and our... I guess they're just blocks of vanilla ice cream. I gotta stop quantifying things with ice cream. So we have our bulk frame here, and the cool thing about the bulk frame is, assuming it functions like an accumulator, we can actually read how much of it is available. With that information, I'm hoping that it works like this, where I can only have it kick on when it gets particularly low. That's the ideal. I don't know if it'll work or not. I really heckin' hope it will. So, click this and we'll do enable disable. I believe it's a default. If that drops below 20%, then it'll kick on. I don't really know how much it really needs to be to like meaningfully stock up our power. Still a little bit hard to understand how this is going to run, but I figured the best thing we could do is like let it run and then just see, you know, how it looks in the end. We have started making our annihilation chambers. We're on our second one now. How spooky. Oh, right. Let's also finish up this setup over here. Make an ultra dense furnace. We also need to bring the water out somewhere, which we can probably use in the exact same way, to be honest. No, because we would need the cube to burn the water into steam. So I guess I'll have the water go elsewhere. Now that I understand how the outputs work, we actually want to have both of these loaded up, assuming that each one can only output at a certain speed. There might not be a limit for the machine to output, but I don't think it's a terrible idea to be careful anyways. Currently, this machine will literally never kick on because I currently, or I have it so that this will always be giving us power. But I am going to turn this off just to kind of get an idea of how it works. I guess the smartest thing would be to just disconnect it from any outside sources of power. think the base might just turn off, though, if I do that. Anyways, let's do it and see. So none of these are running, so it should be working as intended. We just have like a degenerate amount of accumulator charge to get through, unfortunately. Hopefully the second one of these is done. Is indeed. It should be easy to just kick it back on whenever we want to turn on the nuclear reactor again. If not, leaving it as is will be sufficient. The train should never want to go over there. But also it might be fine to like use it as a supplementary thing. I don't really know. It does appear this is running quicker, which is good. I don't think it's good enough still. What is causing you to slow down, my lovely cube? I guess it's when it gets this full, it struggles to pump quick enough. I'm gonna lower the requirements for it, I suppose, to 170. That's really when I seem to notice it having issues. Probably want the 170k in there rather than the 170. There we go. Wonderful. Because, like, it has another 80k sitting in the storage by the time it's done at this point. We do need to make a rule for how this ends as well. So our extra fluid will go in here. The steam will go to this setup that I'm slowly making. We can also have a big tank for it. We want a big tank for, like, everything, I think, is really, like, the thing about it. Because this steam is going to be purely wasted. Oh, I forgot about Stygian energy labs, too. I should have investigated those. That would have changed my build path pretty dramatically, too. It's interesting. Someone who played this probably had an extremely different experience to me, simply because of that alone. I would have focused a lot more on energy cells and investigating the furnace's capabilities. Now, is there any water I can tap into here? That's mineral water, which does not quite count. But there's also 2 lines of mineral water coming out, which is strange. I guess that line's not necessary because it connects. It doesn't connect, actually. No, it does, it does, it does. Weird that it goes up there. Regardless. What is this music that says... Factorio Space Age DLC Disc 2 33 Fulgora 3 Nested Functions. Apparently a Fulgora track. I also don't recognize it. Wonder if it was one of the ones that just like didn't make the final cut or something. Okay, so where is the water? There is some water. There's a pump coming here as well, which is not the most ideal. But might be fine. This is excess water from the process as well. I'm not in love with the idea of locking into this specific setup because it appears there's already too much water here. Wait, what? That's water that comes outward. Ah, I see. Okay. I didn't actually finish setting this up how it should probably look. There we go. So this way it'll only pump from that direction if there's like, I'll say a really low amount. So if that number is less than 5k, then it'll take some. But this water is still only going to die right here. And this is like the offloading of this whole section, so it clearly needs to be changed. and plugged in somewhere else. Or I guess we can use dramatically more beacon juice, but I just haven't really like used beacons yet. I could steam it, but again, I think most ways steam was going to take either the cube or some cube adjacent thing that required the cube in the first place. I don't really want to manually dump it though every time. But there's just no water down here. I mean, I can pipe it really, really, really far away. That's not the end of the world. Do you use any water up here? You certainly do. You know what? We'll add it to here. That seems fine. It appears that we've run out of calcium over on that side, so I need to set up a rule for that as well. Assuming that's what we're low on. Let's bring the water upward, as I was kind of saying before. It just sounded like it could not connect, which is unfortunate. I did not realize these were such a length that denied that possibility. So we'll manually connect that part. Oh my gosh, just connect through the trees. Heck, nature. Sorry to say it. Sorry, nature. Nothing personal. But you are currently putting dead, dry, hairy tree in the way, which goes kind of crazy. And I am not interested in that lifestyle right now. Thank you very much. Great. So we'll put it over here. We will set up a pump so that none of the water will be able to go that way. And just a few normal pipes, and hopefully that'll be good. Something I can do to kind of like ensure its goodness is I could set up a pump. This is already a pump system down here somewhere, right? Yeah, this one only kicks on when this tank goes too low, so this should connect to that tank, so that should be just fine. I might want to upgrade that tank size at some point as well. I can connect the water over here as well to make sure that we have even more of it flowing out at once. And the same over here. Great, so here's my plan. This is gonna sound a little bit dumb, so bear with me. But maybe it's genius, so you might not have to bear with much. I'm gonna make a few more of these heavy turbines, right? We're gonna get the extra 6 we need. And then a crap load of lamps. I mean, like a bunch of lamps. And then the lamps will always be looking for power. They don't have any requirement on the cube. They don't have any requirement for input or anything. And then the steam stars here. A boatload of lamps immediately turn on every single time. They take 5 kilowatts, which I'll give you is not a significant amount of power for these heavy turbines. You are absolutely correct that it will be tough to burn through it, but it's only going to run every now and then. The cube's not going to have to be here all the time, ideally, so like, it should be fine. Okay, so unfortunately, I think I made too many of the thingies that I didn't want to make too many of. Which is a certified whoopsie, certainly. Please do not fill up that box more. But I think the moment we pick this up, our inventory is going to end up with a few extra ones. Wow, Miko, your inventory is full of garbage. Yeah, I know, I've heard it a million times. We have a bunch of singularity calibration data, which we can certainly put in here, because it's not necessary to have any further. Okay, cool. No, we did stop it. I thought it was going to have a third one in there, but it only had 2, which is good. So now, this should be runnable. Everything should be connected. Hopefully, the excess fluids go out, the good fluids go in. It'll make 24 gigawatts. I don't really know how efficiently. But hopefully this just kind of works. I'm really not confident. Right, so the calcium got gunked on that side. Why did the calcium get gunked? Because we were so behind on metal for so long, it wasn't able to build up excess, I assume, from the grinders. RE inventory filling up. Someday I'll be brave enough to live with trash unrequested lifestyle, but probably not this year. Oh my gosh, yeah. Trash unrequested is like truly playing on the razor's edge. But what if I did it anyways? How did I get all these calibration datas back? I literally just put these down. I don't have a request for them. I'm being pranked right now. That shouldn't be possible. Oh, I forgot I was making lamps. Life feels better when you make 55 lamps. Jokes aside, I was pretty sure I put this calibration data down, so I don't know how I got it back. I'm sure I picked up something with it, but... Oh no, that's quantum, so that's a different one anyways. It's a whole different can of worms. Great, so we will handcraft a few more of those, and then hopefully the plan will be fine. Who up canning they worms? I mean, it seems like it's like a vaguely positive hip thing to do, so I'm gonna say I'm up canning my worms, I think. Maybe. Unless it's weird, at which point I sleep. I don't can any worms. I simply sleep. Yeah, you're just hit a deficit. This wasn't able to run for a while. Unfork knife. It seems like it filled up fairly quickly though, so perhaps it's just a consequence of that. I'm glad that it finished that side in appropriate speed. I was going to touch it up, but hopefully just not getting stuck is enough to fix all of our problems. It often is. Nice to see our bottled anguish and stuff is just like fully backed up. Sweet, so the cube is traveling. What did I want the cube to do? Oh, right, it doesn't have to do anything just yet. I could kick this on prematurely, but I'm really nervous about it, to be honest. We also don't have a crazy amount of matter. We have an extremely small amount of matter. I think we need to raise the priority for the matter now that it's going to be our primary source of power. I don't actually know. Do I have a rule for it yet? I do. I'm going to put this at the bottom. Like, how high do we want it? We're probably going to have to set up a new circuit for it. So I don't know exactly what we're checking now, but whatever's checking is not good enough. Okay, so it's just a constant combinator saying come here, which is really funny. I assume I set that up to just have it functionally use the stop on occasion, but I do not think that that is a satisfactory setup of everything, because that is kind of not what we need, if I'm being honest. How about a decider combinator instead? Top priority, always make antimatter. I mean, it does seem to be what we're telling the system right now. Alright, sweet. So, well, this double read, I think it might actually. I'm not entirely sure, but my heart's saying that it might. So our box of antimatter is up there. We want a few things that we're checking for, really. So maybe I'll get a little funky with a few radars. So I'm going to have the radar up here, and it's going to be checking for the antimatter quantity here. We're going to have this tank over here that I haven't set up yet check for how much fluid is there, I guess. There might be a third thing we want to check for as well. I haven't quite decided yet. I can probably skip one here. Just put down our tank in this locale and then just connect it over. I believe I use green wires to transmit not signals. Like outputs, I should say. Cool. So we'll be reading how much of this excess gas we have. We'll be reading... Wait, every time this activates once, it's going to fill up a tank, actually. I don't know. Also, I want to note that, oh, it doesn't have the call anymore. It's like its top priority should have been to come here, but it didn't. Okay, so we're reading how empty that is, and we're reading how full that is. That should be a good enough place to start. So let's do a combinator. Decider combinator. can set it up right here. Being that this is connected to a radar, we should be able to green. It should read all the contents we need here. So we'll look for our delicious ice cream sandwiches, and by that I mean antimatter. And if we have less than 500, we'll say, which is already kind of like on the nose. And also, or this is over 150k, whatever the fluid is called. I mean, we're going to need more than one tank, I'm pretty confident. But the 150k roll should be fine. So if either of these are met, it'll output the ice cream sandwich symbol as one. Wonderful. That simple, it's outputting that. So now we should be able to connect that to the stop, and I'm going to do it separately, even though this might not be necessary. But I feel like I double read a signal at one point because they are connected. Probably not, but so now this should be outputting ice cream sandwich, which means this is the #1 priority. A few things we want to do is speed modules in basically every spot we can. Oh, I just realized something really tragic we need to save right now. So, there's a very solid chance that this kicks on at like the most inconvenient time possible. I'm gonna change these over to below 30 instead. I want them to kick on before the cube's time, and then we can see how they run. Okay. It grabbed one of the requisite things. Boom. How's the power looking? It's working. It's just a lot slower than I expected. Like, it's not bad or anything. Granted, I have the rule where it only kicks on below 30. I mean, maybe that wasn't so bad. I thought we'd get way more waste, though. Doesn't the recipe output 48k waste? It does. Why does it take so long? Oh, hello. Heck, this is the en route for this. I didn't realize. There's something about a fully saturated input. Yeah, I don't totally know what fully saturated means in that context. I'm starting to think this setup might be a little bit overkill for what we need. I could keep it running all the time too, but it seems like it makes way too much power. I mean, if we switch over to using like a lot more modules. Can these be like really abundant? We're making so much bottle dew for you. We must have deleted where it's made. This kind of thing is ultra time waste, or where it's stored at least. So this should just be a normal chest over here. Storage something, not storage chest. There it is. Okay, either that should be fine. I'm gonna delete the note for antimatter power. Each pore is capable of consuming the output of a single annihilation chamber operating at full capacity. Okay. Each one gives 6 gigawatts of power for each fully saturated input port. For a combined total of 24 gigawatts, excess will be lost. Bulk storage will be necessary to avoid waste. I guess I can set the rule up to much higher, I suppose. Which is fine. I mean, it's very inexpensive, if nothing else. Oh my gosh, the gamma waste stream filled so fast. Never mind. Is the power like spiking now? Not crazy muchly, but a little bit. I don't totally understand this. I must confess. It does seem like if everything's running at once, it's just a lot more efficient. Like I can, oh my gosh, it filled so fast. So that's totes what it is. If it continuously runs and the output's good, this seems to scale up much, much higher. So I probably want a more strict rule than what I have set up. I think what I want to do is have it so it only kicks on below like 30% of our accumulator charge and then keeps running until we're above 90%. Granted, it's not going to be able to run much anymore. There's the evil eye over there. That'll spit out and be fine. Okay. I think I understand. We do want a combinator here instead of just reading that one condition, though. Certainly. Let's make a few more of those tanks as well. Sweet. So the primary difference here, I'll even use a green wire output to keep it simple, but we'll have to disconnect this from there. Whoops. I meant this from there. There we go. No, apparently this from there. There we go. 5th time's the charm. So we'll have it do a condition where A is, we'll say, less than 30, and A is less than 90, we'll say. That way, I mean, the lower we make it, the better, realistically. We'll say less than 10. Or greater than 10, less than 90. That way, whenever it drops low, it'll kick on for like a big chunk of time and then fill up everything like fully. We should also put down more bulk frames because it'll be better to just have it like the longer this thing runs, the more efficient it is, right? And then once it kicks off, it stops having like the value. So we'll simply have an output here. I guess we can just output A is equal to 1. It should make it easy enough to change this because it's just going to be A is equal to 1 is what we're looking for here. Which is not currently receiving, so it's off, and then once A is equal to 1, it'll kick on again. Did I do it backwards? Less than 10 and greater than... There's no chance. Alright, maybe I did it a little bit wrong. Wait, no. I did it a little bit wrong. Just a tiny bit wrong. Target full. Ah, okay, it's because of the fluid. Great, so it's currently reforming, but something I need to do is actually set up this last part over here, which is going to get a little bit funky, but I'm going to stall the cube very briefly. We need a repair cycle over here as well. Recovery bay, I think it's called. I'll just craft one really quick. We'll do it in map mode. So we want a recovery bay cycle to be available here. We'll have it go into here. There's only one physical output, which is the spent cube. Get a few sources of power over here. I'm very scared. Why are there 2 pieces of cube missing? This is unprecedented. Why is there pieces of cube missing? That shouldn't be possible. Unless it's just really slow on the way. That is like effectively a reset point. How is that possible though? What are you missing? Ah, you're missing n-dimensional widgets over there. Because we ran out of n-dimensional widgets. Wow, we have to set up a lot more things here. I do actually have widgets on me, so this is fine for the moment. I do, or I should keep a request for them, just in case. Never mind, I was like really concerned. Alright, cool, the cube is back now. So what we're going to do is have it so this comes down here. For now, it's just going to come down here. That's going to be the only way for it to go through, just because I need it to run currently for power to keep running. We're really crash coursing this power. Oh, we're also going to struggle to output the water, apparently. I thought the water we had kind of solved. I guess it just makes so much of it. No, it just doesn't connect. Never mind. Heck nature. Hopefully that fixed it. It looks good, but it's a little bit tough to tell. There we go. Okay, hopefully that'll be fine. I need to set up some conditions as well. How is the power looking? I could manually dump the contents, actually, I've realized now, which is fine for the moment. Obviously not ideal, but I want to get the cube out of here sooner than later. Oh my gosh, this only uses like a chunk of the cube. Wow. Why is that the way it is? That is really bizarre. I wish I counted how many it was. I guess I could speed module to make it take more power. I guess that's the most logical thing to do here. Okay, very bizarre, very bizarre. I've learned a lot here. You just need to go somewhere else. You've done so good. I'm very proud of you, Cube. You can run through here again if you'd like to, but we need to set up some conditions now. So let's set up that splitter we had before. Actually, Cube, I need you to go anywhere but here. Please go anywhere but here. I'm so sorry, Cube. I love you to bits, but now I need to think for a little bit. I can always kick on the old power if we need to. Currently, our power is just stellar, so we don't need to worry about it literally at all. But I'm going to change the conditions, obviously. Just go anywhere else. Thank you so much. I gotta think for a little bit. That's good to know, though. I feel like we're kind of on the right path. I don't understand why it uses so little power to run this now. That was really a surprise to me. So currently we have 2 checks to see if it needs to empty out the stuff. Let's go ahead and set up something over here to start. The most logical space to put it. What will we check for? I guess it's how much is in this tank over here, which we're already reading through a green wire. So I'm going to go ahead and just connect that over to that green wire over there, and then do the same thing. I guess over here, sort of. I guess it's only a half-second craft time. The first takes a fixed amount of time while powered on. It's very interesting, though. So we only want to activate it. I guess we can look at the other furnaces to see how long they craft normally. These are 4 seconds, so we only want to activate it when 8 inputs are available. Which is fine. One of these tanks is equal to 1 input. Actually, how much is it each time? It's 48k. Great. This is totally easy to do then. So if it's going to be 8 inputs, we just do 50 times 8, which is what, 400 in this case? So if it has 400,000 in here, then it can run. And if it doesn't, it won't go down here at all. Cool. That's a really solid number to work with, so that's fine. So we'll check for the output priority, and we will do set output side. We'll change it over here to the I don't remember what it's called. I think it's like waste or something. Cool. We'll look at waste here. And if the waste surpasses 200k, it can feasibly run once. This is to bring it down here, not to do the loop. But either way, so now if it doesn't surpass it, it won't bother going down here. So that's one solve on that one. We can apply the same logic to this inserter over here. I guess we'll just do it ourselves. We'll enable disable, we'll make it based on that waste content as well. Or if it's over 200,000, it'll run. In addition to this, excuse me, not 20k, we're gonna need to set up so that it'll come down here as well at some point because of the power. What an interesting thing to deal with. I quite enjoy it. So let's move this up here as well. I have to reconnect this to, whoops, to the green wire as well. So now it'll run through here, and then we can have 2 options here. One of which is going to follow a similar rule. I guess it would be this one that has the rule technically, so this one should have any rule. Where if it's greater than, it'll cycle again, which should be easy enough to do that, and then if it's less than the number that we set, which I don't know what that's going to be yet, because it's probably going to be a little bit different here. I mean, 200k just kind of works too. Then it'll just go through the system normally. So we run into a weird issue where because this feeds from the start and the end, things could get a little gubbed up, which is ideally not going to happen. I also need the rule for this to be higher than our rule for power, regardless of how we slice it, because this is used for our power. So if these run out, our power is done. So regardless of where the power ends up on the list, that needs to be 1 higher. I feel like this power is really precarious because if we misplay enough, then we could just potentially like gunk ourselves fully, which is very scary. I'm going to get rid of this secondary setup on it and just have it at the very beginning, it looks like. Because now that this is saturated, the secondary setup should not be necessary at all. So now, if it comes here at all, we'll have it go through here. If there's enough, I'll have it check 2 things because I'm going to set up another thing altogether. One of which is going to be... I guess I'll move it over here, actually, because I want to use an underground. The first check will be, does it need to run antimatter units? I feel like the answer is effectively always going to be yes. Hard to tell, though. I have noticed that We're out of n-dimensional widgets again. I can feed it one more time, but now that the rule is higher, it should be okay, hopefully. Wait, what? Oh, no. Okay, there's excess water. That's the only issue there. We need to fix the water here. Do I need to make a pin for this? Because that is really tragic when it happens, to be honest with you. I'm hoping that fixed the other line that's also broken. Yeah, okay, everything else is coming out, just the water built up. Gosh, water's been such a problem in this pack. It's actually crazy to think about. For a while, I didn't really, like, care about it at all, but excess water, like, can I just, like, drink it or something? Whoops, those are the wrong things. Let's go ahead and make those two. I have a bunch of steam in here now. Not a crazy amount, but I am now going to introduce Operation Lamp into the equation. Well, yes, I have gone mad with power. How did you notice? This is a really good idea, though. All jokes aside, this is about equally to the idea of me setting up a car to get crushed to get rid of our calcium. It's a very good idea. Jokes aside, it's not terrible. Hopefully. I don't really know how much power these are going to feasibly use. But in the ideal, we'll burn through a boatload of our stuff. Chom. Now, I know what you're thinking. Isn't that a little bit slow to burn through the steam? Yep. I don't really have another answer except yep. We can always add more lights, I guess. But, for now, it's good enough. Oh, you're stuck, you're stuck, you're stuck, you're stuck. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Go be free into the night. Look, this worked a lot better in my head. This is so slow. But they're just like lamps. So how was I supposed to know that lamps weren't like a good source of burning power? We can just do a bunch more. Let's just make a lamp blueprint, to be honest. See, this is great. This is what Ultra Cube is all about. They won't tell you about lamp mechanics until you take some time to investigate it for yourself. But then once you figure it out, once you know, you know. Jokes aside, while I'm crafting more, I mean, I don't even think it's a joke because I'm literally doing it, but as I'm crafting more of these lamps over time, I want to go ahead and fix the rules over here that we had not fixed before. Right, so this is going to check to see if it should just leave or not. I guess it'll check the rule this radar gives out. We're gonna need to change the rule for it coming in as well. This should be antimatter, though, equal to 1, I believe. Yeah, so if antimatter is equal to 1, it'll go that way. And it'll go through the system. If it's not equal to 1, it'll just leave. I'm picturing you going to the mod page and complaining, yeah, I really liked up until the last 30 hours of handcrafting lamps required to beat the game. Honest to goodness, I might do it now. Like, they didn't tell you how many lamps you need to get rid of this team. Okay, it's actually going at a really fast pace now. Oh, we need to turn the lamps always on. That's kind of annoying that I'd set this up in a way that isn't that. I could make designs with the lamps. But then again, there's something beautiful about just like the glaring dentist light above you type energy, the fluorescent laundromat color that we have going on. Very artistic in a way. I'm hoping that I got most of the lamps with this design change. It's a little hard to tell until we actually see them in progress, but I do think making our own little, like, sun of energy here is kind of brilliant. It's broken because of metal. Metal needs to be higher up on the list. I forgot that that was metal required. Oh my gosh. I need to stop messing with things like metal are in the list. I usually put them somewhere very deliberate, and then it turns out that I forgot the reason why. Heck, it's so far away. I can adjust it now, though. So metal needs to be one above these. And those are non-negotiable. Hopefully it'll go to metal now. It looks like it's heading that way. Sure heckin' is. Here's the stone mine is running out. We hit a firm 461 progress on our goal. I really thought today was just going to be a lot of touching up and stuff, but antimatter power is taking a lot more time than I was anticipating. Which is fine. I think it's probably worth it. Our current steam per second is going, I guess, down, up. We're eating it a lot faster, which is good. This power does seem to rock, which is nice. Now that we've got it going, it does seem pretty awesome. Now, the accumulator charge going up so quickly leads me to believe that I messed it up again. Why is it saying so high? At a very consistent pace. Is this not what I want? I'm dumb. Am I dumb? Is this not? No. Think you like want a latch here? What the heck's a latch? I want 10. I want this number to be, if it drops below 10, and the number is also below 90, would that be more what I want? No, because it'll only kick on at that point. My poor brain, I thought this was like a really simple one. I wanted to be between the values of the top one and the bottom one, but it'll only kick on at those specific conditions. A latch, sometimes called an RS latch, is when you have something that like toggles on and off kind of, so whether the output is on depends on the current state, the addition of the inputs. How the heck do I set up a latch then? Because that does sound interesting. I mean, I can probably figure out something with a few combinators, right? For now, let's turn off the system altogether. It should be fine on power. I've noticed that you went back to where I told you to not go in spite of the fact that, oh, did the metal just not reach fast enough yet? Oh no, did I make it so the metal physically can't reach up there? Huh? What? How did that happen? This should just work. Why is it broken? I don't even think I changed this. Why is this suddenly not loading? I guess I can change it to a blue loader. I don't know why this broke. This should just load with the one loader. It works over here. So I wasn't super gunked. It just had never loaded. Peculiar, but hopefully fixed in a moment. Let's go back to working on the circuitry over here. So I have one of these looking at A is less than 90. This one I want to check specifically. The A is greater than or less than 10, right? So I want, what do I want for my conditions? It's less than 90 on this one, and then greater than 10. No, less than 10. If it becomes less than 10, output something. Let's start here, because my brain's already struggling. So our final thing can be A equal to 1, but we'll have this be, I guess, deny. We'll do deny, and we'll do check, just for the sake of like ease and seeing what we're working with here. So this feels like it's just an extra step doing nothing though. Okay, so neither of these are outputting because the signal is not relevant, which is fine. I mean, they're both just wrong signals right now. Because A is currently not greater than 90. And it's also not less than 10. So... But this is just like the same thing. Because like if I do equal to equal... So if it's less than that and it's less than that, it kicks on. Which isn't exactly what I want. I do want it to kick on at this point, but I want it to turn off later. I guess I can... Oh, I can make it like reset kind of maybe? Hold on. I think I might have an idea. Right? If I can... have it, maybe I need an extra circuit for it too. If I can have it feed the information into this circuit, which will store it, then it'll output A, and then it'll maintain A until it ends up resetting. Maybe I want to send the reset over there too. Maybe I don't need this extra combinator. So this way... I feel like I'm really close to what I need, but I'm not quite sure exactly where it is. Currently, if this drops below 10, it'll output this signal of X. So I want this to be X equal to 1. Right? I guess I'll change it for now so that it'll output the signal so we can see what's going through. So it's outputting X right now. Is it storing that because it's going through? I'm so bad with logic. It lost the info, but not because anything's broken, but because it didn't get like the signal to say I'm gunked, right? So these are both met. I guess I can do X is greater than or equal to 1, just to make sure that I'm doing this right, because I'm still very, very like rough with circuits. And now it's storing A because A is still in here. Great. So this should work in theory. Where now I'll have this output A is equal to 1 when these are met. So once this condition is met, it will output this. The check mark will always be 0 until the power goes above 90. And then the check mark will not be 0 anymore, and it should hopefully turn off if I understand this correctly. This makes sense to me. It'll be tough to tell until it actually like goes. But this should be logical. Currently, target is full, presumably because of our warehouse contents here. I think I need to reset this really quickly to make it logical, though. Oh, right, I need to change that over to equal. Okay, so now... Hope that works. It'll get the A and then it'll reset when it checks. It's sending a check right now, so it's reset successfully because the power is full. This should work, I hope. Then these won't be on. If it doesn't work, we'll readdress it, but to my understanding, this should work. Because once it drops below enough, it'll stay on because this condition is met. Needs to be on and though, and then these will both be met perfectly fine. Currently, it's receiving a check mark because it's so high currently. And that check mark... Oh, how do I turn off the check mark, though? Because it'll store the check mark forever, too, right? But it's not outputting, so it should be fine. Hopefully this is fine. I feel like I've messed it up a little bit, though. Circuits are so heckin' confusing, I swear. I gotta go make more lamps. Clear my mind a little bit. think about lamps. Make a bunch of lamps. So why has our science been off for a while? I figured it should have kicked on by now. It appears that our setup over here broke due to a lack of materials. Which is strange because there's plenty of materials up here. I can go manually fix it like I've done in the past. I don't know why it kicked up. I'm guessing it didn't have an excess before and now has an excess. Just because the cube got stuck a few times. That's really the big culprit. It's when the cube gets stuck, everything breaks. Easy enough to turn it back on, thankfully. Just that one input. I wonder if there's a better way to do it too. Cool, so our n-dimensional widgets are going up really, really high here now, which is quite nice. We're currently missing out on this process. We should probably make another one of these because of how slow our production of it is. It would require a second train stop, but if we make it like, oh, the space is a little bit tight, we have to move these belts or make it down here. Perhaps it shouldn't be too bad. Can these run speed mods? They certainly can. So now that our power is as gunked as it is, we're just going to focus on speed modding basically every step of everything because we can't prod mod almost anything. This being said, we do want to change over to prod modding this all the way down though. Heck efficiency modules, all my homies hate efficiency modules. We were making some prod mods that were tuned earlier. Did you ever get around to watching the 5-minute logic primer? Yes, I watched the 5-minute logic primer as well as the a good chunk of the 1-hour one. I don't think I ever actually finished it though, thinking about it. Assuming you're talking about the circuit one. But it's still a little bit confusing. Okay, cool. So now this is equal to 0, so because the condition changed, we should be good, this should be fine. And then once this drops below enough, this should kick on until 90, and then it should output 1, and then it should reset, hopefully. I hope. I really hope. Gosh, I hope. It's working how I think it should, which is never a good sign. I mean, digital logic is a solid few semesters. It's heckin' confusing for someone such as myself with a lack of knowledge that I currently have. This was really backed up for a long time, so it's going to take a while to feed it. Plus, it's loading probably a little bit slower than we would like as well. Not meaningfully, but because this wasn't buffered at all, I think it's suffering a little bit. In fact, because of the buffer, I can set this up as well. Or it just double loads later. It won't be relevant right now, but it'll be relevant later. I know we have one other widget replication recipe we can also potentially take advantage of. But I'm still not totes sold on this one. It will be really, really, really quick. But it means I'm going to have to set up where the contemplation and widgets go. And they're very, very across the base from each other right now. Like we have one right here. And the other one's all the way down here-ish. Kind of here adjacent. There it is, right down here. So it's this spot of the base versus this spot, which is not like that different, but goodness, the way that they feed into the base is very, very different. All right, so let's look at train priorities once more. It appears the cube is stuck in the repair bay, which means I probably messed up a number somewhere. There it is. Okay, very interesting. It's not reading anything, in fact. Which is a little bit weird. So I didn't get rid of any wires or anything there, so I'm quite surprised that that wasn't reading anything. Okay, either way, this looks good enough. I could theoretically, I was gonna say I could start burning extra water, similarly to how I'm burning the steam. But to make steam, I think every single recipe outside of I think literally every single recipe that turns water into steam takes the cube. It is good though. This one's almost done. I wish we could prod mod this. That'd be nice. But once more, if we have speeds, we want to put them basically everywhere because power is no longer an issue. So speed speeds up everything. If you think about it, simply go faster. You can't speed module a boiler though. Messed up. So bizarre. I'd assume I'd have such an excess of steam that that would never really need to meaningfully run. What's the conversion rate on steam engine versus turbine? Is it better to run a turbine? I just assumed it was like faster and didn't really matter. 60 per second output. 6 megawatts. Wait, what? Why am I running steam engines in general? Oh, it's just to waste steam, I assume. Should I have gotten rid of these? Is this a waste? Turbines for higher temperature steam, isn't it? Oh, okay. I always forget this steam has different temps. That's totally valid. Should I get rid of these steam engines? We clearly don't need the power from them. I kind of forgot that these steam engines don't do anything for us. I'm looking for a use case. It could burn excess steam theoretically, but I have them just always burning now, which is very wasteful for cube time. So I think I'm going to get rid of them because we certainly don't need the power help anymore. Hopefully I don't catch any stray pipes that are very, very important. See, that's one of those parts in the movie where they like allude to what's going to happen next. And then everything shuts down. So hopefully you were paying attention because they did allude to it at the start, so keep that in mind. Cool, so that's running now. Have this go across here and just connect there, I suppose. Actually deletes load bearing pole. It is kind of my charm point. Other girls have like particularly pretty eyelashes or like smaller hands. Mine is deleting load bearing power poles. It's a burden, one that I must deal with. I think our priorities need to be revisited again on the train too. Ugh. I mean, maybe not. Maybe I'm being excess, though I do think this needs to be a little bit higher. It's just every time the cube gets stuck somewhere for a while, it takes so long for it to really fix everything. Which is very unfork knife. I think we're in a good place. I think we just need time. I think we just need time. I do want to check and see that my setup works. Hopefully it does. I could theoretically rip this down. I'm going to remove the interrupt for this area, but not rip it down quite yet. Just so I have one last thing to juggle, though. Because I don't think... I guess we technically need it. Kind of. We kind of sort of need this stop, but not really. I'll leave it at the bottom, I guess. It should basically never run. But a few of our things do take a specific type of uranium as a byproduct. I don't think it'll matter down the line. I think that we're at the point now where by the time that that manifests, oh my gosh, the lag is so brutal. It won't really... We would have hopefully hit 100% on our 4% journey. Oops, sorry, little bots. I have no mouth, but I must lamp. Alright, we have the excess water here too. Okay, at least it's gone through that process. Going through the metal again, that makes no sense at all, actually. Why does this never work? I guess because it's right here. I've seen it miss this spot before as well. I don't know why. I guess because the purple inserter is particularly fast. This one just never activates. It's very strange. I'm going to move it to the side to save it some time of going through the thing again. Very peculiar. That is a lot of lamps. Is that really like 200 lamps? I don't think that's 200 lamps. There's no chance. That's such a large amount of lamps. Such a dumb idea. Ooh, the last few lines don't actually work, so we'll just delete those lines. There you go. Now we've cut down on our lamp requirement. Okay, so something we can do, which I've been kind of toying with a little bit, is more complex requirements for stops, right? I'll start doing them if we keep bumping into issues where it shows up at a stop and doesn't have enough of a material. Is this backed up? I kind of figured it would be. Oh my gosh, I literally never... No, I did set it up correctly. Okay. I did. This is all just set up fine. But this side splits some of it off to this side, and this side doesn't. That's fine. This is all okay right now. I would be concerned about our coal deficit, but our coal usage just went down dramatically, so I'm not too concerned about it. Have I speed these up? I have sped these up, unfortunately. I can start rocking beacons here. That's an option, right? I need to do a bunch of crazy piping, though, which is why I was avoiding beacons. Having a beacon juice pipe go through the base is going to be real annoying, but making it faster, especially for this kind of process where we smelt so much every time, could be worth it. I'll put a pin in it for now. I'm really not sold on this one, but I'll put beacons question mark. Because it does run a lot through here. How's our offloading? I mean, it's fine. By the time it rotates again, it's empty. Like, barely. So I guess it's fine. How's our calcium looking? Still pretty far behind. It's a shame there was never another recipe for calcium. I kind of figured there would be at some point. It just never panned out. Alright, the power is getting low. I'm going to change a rule here because I'm impatient and I want to see it kick on. So I'm going to change this to 48, we'll say. We'll have to change it back to 10 later, but I just want to make sure this works so I can stop babysitting it primarily. Why does that look so weird right there? Am I crazy? That's so bizarre. I don't know why this spot looks so gubbed up. It's not like that big of a deal or nothing. Okay, so it's about to be less than 48. Now everything should kick on because it's saying, hey, it immediately turned off. I mean, maybe that's fine anyways if I can figure out a good number, but wait, I thought it would stay... How do I make it work? I thought it would store the X, but it's not anymore. I mean, this kind of kicked on again randomly though, didn't it? I thought it would store the X as long as everything was correct, and it would only break when everything was incorrect. Gosh, these are hard. I feel like calcium is specifically designed that way in this mod. It only stores X if the outputs... If it outputs X... Oh, right, it has to output X. That's what it is. You're totes right. You're totes right. I completely forgot. That's what it is. They're very confusing. I appreciate the help. How would I set this up? I guess I can set up 2 X conditions. That actually won't work, will it? When will it spit it out? I think I'm overthinking this. I was gonna have it be like equal to 1 or 2. It should just be fine. Then it spits it into itself and it'll keep running. Let me set this to 10. X is greater than 0 or less than 0? Greater than 0. Wow, yeah, not less than 0. That'd be a tough one to sell. Okay, and then this is equal to 0 on the dot. Perfect, there we go. So now it should be fine. I'll set it to 75. Hello, cube. So it's outputting, but target is full. I forgot I haven't fixed the water yet. I can just put a few tanks for testing if nothing else. It's been a real headache setting this stuff up. Wait, you're literally not allowed to do that. I guess you are technically allowed to do that. I'm sorry for saying you weren't. So you should be able to run again now because your output is fine-ish. I'll dump a little bit of it. And now you've turned off. Perfect. Great. This works now. It was the X I forgot to put there. And now X is greater than 0. I appreciate the help. I'm really like, I know I designed some stuff with this before, but it's still very much a learning experience for me. So now it's receiving a check mark, so it's not going to run. AFK luncheon? Oh, I'm jealous. Enjoy the luncheon. I'm sure it'll be a fun time. Set that down to 10, and now that should work just fine. I don't know how much gamma waste we're going to make on an activation is my current concern. We're also making excess steam. It's not supposed to all run at once, alright? Everything's all gubbed up. Maybe we need more lamps. I actually hadn't considered that more lamps could solve all of my problems. But it really might just be more lamps. We are draining a megawatt with our lamps right now, which is pretty significant. That is a lot of power. That's a lot of lamp power per hour. You running again is such a nightmare. Like, it's not that bad, but it's kind of a nightmare, and I wish you'd stop running, to be honest. No offense. Although it looks like it's about done. Whoever invented gamma waste was on something. I don't know what it was, but it was something. It just determined that it doesn't need more antimatter, which means I probably messed something up. I'm really reluctant to believe we don't need more antimatter. Did I not go up there? Where is the science? The science is up there. No, where is it? There it is. Oh my gosh, we don't need more antimatter. Great, then, I guess. How much did I set it for? I guess I didn't set it that high. Cool. I mean, I expected it to need to run, but we certainly have more than 500. I guess I'll set it to 1K. I feel bad having so little of it around. Okay, so I'm gonna pick and place this again so it zeroes out. I really need to figure out how to deal with that excess water, though. Gosh, I hate it. Pipe to ground? No, we're looking for another excess water. I must have missed something early on because we've bumped into this problem so many times. And regardless of what I do, it's just really hard to spend all that water. I don't think there's a great recipe for it. Maybe we can check one now that we have the PDO working again. I could theoretically fill water barrels and destroy them, but I don't think that's the idea. I could make a bunch of wood or potatoes. I can heat exchanger or boiler, but those are... You're necessary to have heat to do it. And then you have to get rid of the steam somehow is the issue. Beacons could be a solid idea. I mean, alternatively, I can just concrete the whole base, which will be like not a crazy amount because it's only 10 to 1. That'll be some. I think I set up the rule for this incorrectly. When do I have you run again? When ice cream sandwich is equal to 1, not what we're looking for. It's over here. Needs to be greater than 200k, which is... Or, wow, that's less than 200k. I had this set up very, very wrong. No wonder it kept running over and over and over again. There was no real reason to, but that's fine. So if that is greater than 150k, it'll run again. Because he's only stored 200k anyway, so it's just gonna like keep looping forever once it comes down, which is not ideal. Okay, so now that this works, our power has fully moved over to here. We have enough antimatter units where things are good to go. We're out of the singularity calibration data. I guess the priority just needs to go up for it. Yeah, it's extremely low again. Is it reliant on ghost crystals? Is that why it's next to ghost crystals now? So ghost crystals, I mean, actually we have a crazy amount of ghost crystals now, so that's quite good to see. Where is it? You need specifically deep solution. So it's not related to ghost crystals literally at all, so we can change the rule over here. Our deep solution rule is all the way up here, so we can move the rule for this way heckin' up. Now, it is going to spend a lot of time going here, so I think that one of our most logical things would be improve this a lot, I guess. I don't really know. Ugh, it's kind of tough to tell. So each of these outputs a really inconsistent amount of stuff, and then basically every like half of these makes 100 of the calibration data. We certainly need way more cyclotrons. No matter how we slice it, this is not nearly enough cyclotrons. We don't necessarily need to copy this part. Just more cyclotrons I think will be a sufficient solution. I was initially designing it with that like time cycle in mind, but I don't think that that's right. I think that we just need a boatload of cyclotrons, and this is not going to cut it. Every time it comes here, it's got to make way more, which is hopefully going to be fine. I think I might set up a box to just like make cyclotrons, because I think we're going to need a bunch of them. This is way too few. The power requirement is one thing. Something that's very easy for us to rectify without too much effort on our part. By really just putting a bunch of them and making sure that it only comes back after a certain period of time. I've already like solved the tough part here. Currently we require more cyclotrons, so therefore I will be requesting them. Hopefully it won't be too gnarly on our materials. I find it hard to believe we're completely out of resplendent plates. Again. Because it should have run by now. Sophisticated matter units are conked because it hasn't run basic matter units in a very long time. I have noticed it hasn't done that. Let us reassess priorities once more. Basic matter is, again, one of those like core of the base type things, so it's not super negotiable, but it is very low right now. This is where it gets so tough, right? Where do you value any of these? Now my power is like fairly low. Granted, it's probably fine to run for a while. Our power cycle is like really good right now. We have a boatload of bulk frames. We have a bunch of extra bulk frames as well. Heck it, why not? No, I don't want to do it, actually. It looks really nice. I'd rather just move all this over a little bit, to be honest. I know it seemed like I was about to go destroy everything, but I was wrong. Our power is going to get kind of gunked here, so keep that in mind. while we're doing it that it is not like a safe transition or anything. It is in fact quite dangerous. This being said, we can technically turn on the nuclear whenever we want to, so it's not that dangerous. This way we can clear out the area underneath of it. And yeah, our accumulator went down pretty dramatically from what it was at before. It should pop right back up though. Once it can run again, which it'll run on its own. It doesn't need the cube there to run, which is a nice thing. I'm gonna hopefully wait for these to mostly drain out. We have it below 10% as a rule. Actually, what I can probably do is just this. It says that our little dudes ran out of storage, which is a little bit worrying. But hopefully it's just fine. This will destroy a good chunk of our power as well now. Let's go ahead and put down some storage boxes so our little dudes can successfully little dude at an even faster pace than they were before. We should have plenty of these available, so an expansion like this is nothing. In fact, I was going to say we'll do it one more time, but that'll apparently gunk us, so I'll do it one more time like that. So it says no power there, which doesn't make any sense to me. Target full. Oh, are you full on stuff? Oh, you take a little bit of power to actually like kick on, huh? Maybe we plug in the nuclear for just like a second, because it does seem like it's gonna take a long time. Like a really long time. But see, this is why we didn't destroy the nuclear, because we can just do this, then the nuclear kicks on, everything's fine for a little bit. And then we just make more lamps. How many more lamps do we need? We must be in close. 43. We're very close to our lamp requirement. I think that's right. Maybe I made one too few or one too many. There we go. So now everything should be okay. I can make dramatically more storage for the stuff too. But now our accumulator charge should absolutely rocket upward. And I'll disconnect these once more. I'm gonna call for these to be deconstructed, and then with this design, I don't think the bots can see all the way up, can they? Oh, they totes can. Perfect. They cannot see that side though, so yeah, it's just out of range. So we'll put one more of them. We'll just put it on the opposite side. There we go. That's better. There's like a nice bulk frame farm we have set up. It'll expand over time as well. It says there's no storage, which doesn't feel correct to me. There's a bot that's, I assume, unable to see the rest of the storage for some reason. I can put... Is this disconnected from the rest of the system? Oh, I think it might be now. That's probably the problem. I think it just got reconnected now. Yep, it's all the floating bots and stuff are gone. I didn't realize that wasn't connected yet. Cool. We're now set on our lamp design. It totally sucks, to be honest. But it was fun in theory, and it is technically repeatable, but I really don't want to craft any more lamps. Apparently 1 million electronic circuits. Holy guacamole. if we make the cyclotron setup bigger, we can actually have it repeat while it's there too, which would be a nice boon. But for now, this should be some more science because this isn't used for anything but science. So we'll go back through our system. Yeah, we'll get some science going for us, which is cool to see. But it's been a little bit. Hopefully that 4% will hit a whopping 5% at some point, at which point we will have truly exceeded the expectations set forth for us. I really hate this setup. The arcane drive unit setup is so bad. I did so bad with it. I'm hoping that it's just like fine because they're not super relevant to our endgame stuff right now. I'm really glad it's not part of the last science pack because that setup is so bad. Now, something we could theoretically do is we could redesign. We'd have to redesign a lot. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be that bad. No, it would actually be awful. Never mind. I was going to say we could theoretically redesign this whole thing and use the new recipe we have. We haven't researched it yet, but it splits the cube into one that's just like purely a cube for power. And then have it run through here a few times while the little cubes do other things, but it doesn't seem like the most ideal. Glad we have some science going. Our SPM is going to be rough. It's going to be a struggle to the end. But the more things we improve, the quicker it'll go. So we'll focus on improving things and making meaningful progress. The ghost crystal improvements were so nice. Granted, our matter was pretty far behind, so it might have been a reason why things were gunked up. Okay, cool. But at least everything is going now. If these are priority, then it must fail. We need to upgrade those belts stat. Having red belts there, while not like the biggest deal breaker ever, is certainly a lot worse than it could be. Every single micro optimization we can do will save minutes, if not hours, down the line. So I want to take them all as seriously as we can. In this case, doubling the speed of a belt is pretty significant. What? I must have deleted a load-bearing steam pipe. That's totes what I did. I didn't plug in the steam to the sides where they were being used before. Thankfully, I can see where pipes go by holding on to it. It seems like this one didn't go anywhere. I think that might have been the last place the steam was meaningfully used that was connected like straight into it. Did that connect? Is that enough? It's not enough. We require more steam. Whoops. Also, more minerals and Vespine gas. Let's not worry about those right now. Yeah, because these steam engines are just wasting steam. They're not making steam, and if you're not making steam, you're wasting steam. Sweet, so that should be a lot better now. We should have to fill up steam a lot less. Our power is now fully on antimatter now, which removes an entire stop, but also adds a stop too, but the stop was already being used, so it's fine. Our gamma waste output is really not sufficient right now. I don't really have a stellar solution yet, though. I'm hoping it comes to me. That's really the point I'm at now. It's like, hopefully divine, not intervention, divine inspiration will spark. Whether or not that'll happen is completely a beast of its own, though. A beast that I am not personally ready to face. But I don't get a say in it. Heck yeah. What if we put pipes everywhere? That's just bonus storage. You don't think about it, but a pipe is storage for a fluid. That's more than a little bit cursed. Alright, it's running through. I don't think it was running perfectly. Why not? Just because the tar takes so long to offload. There is a second tar offloading spot, which we don't have access to currently, but we could get access to. So I'm going to set up moving this, I think. Seems like another small optimization we can take advantage of. In this case, it might actually be bigger than simply calling it small, though. This should be rather significant. This one won't feed, though. I'm hoping that feeding with 2 will be sufficient for the wood. I guess that's the trade-off. A pipe is a cursed storage tank, is true. It really is, though. I'm gonna move this down. Whoops. I'm gonna move this down a little bit so that we have space to output here. And I'm hoping that this improves it. If I understand it right, it should. With a caveat, of course, being that it'll have to load slightly slower. I mean, we can probably still load it at the same speed, actually. Yeah, we totes can. I didn't realize that there was actually like a value to using both inputs and outputs. I'm honestly not sold on it still, but it looked like it worked on the other machine. You've broken. You're working again. Did I not fix this machine before? Is that a calcium? Please tell me you're almost full. You're almost full. Dang, our calcium is so behind now. I wonder what I can do. Calcium is so weird. You either have so much of it or so little of it, but we are really behind now. Can you prod mod these? I don't know if that'd be efficient or not, though. You can prod mod the crushers, but the issue is that our storage for this, I think, fills up beforehand. It's not really like running out of materials, so I don't think that prod mods are going to be the solution. It might just be set up a whole nother area, but again, like, ugh, the extra, this stuff is so annoying. I could always hit it with a train. I could set up a dedicated refined rare earth metals train loop. I'm not against it in concept, and frankly, I think that it's in good taste as well. Interesting that the top ones don't run. I wonder if I have a rule for that that could make it more efficient. This train's heckin' slow. Leaves every minute. Alright, it'll probably just be fine. I could use a splitter to feed from another line into that top one, though. The fact that it's not running at all is not the most efficient. In fact, I'd say it's about as inefficient as it gets, actually. I don't think this is like the perfect solution, but it should at least be something. Keeping it running when there's not other stuff going. Unfortunately, again, the space is so tight. But now this cross is just fine, so it shouldn't matter. Better than nothing, at least. Now they run sometimes. It does appear that even when we're really behind on calcium, it takes a little bit, but like not an absurd amount to build up. Which is good, but not ideal, obviously. The little time we spend here, the better. Want a suggestion for what I did with excess calcium? Hit me with it. I'm always interested to hear. Because mine would just throw it in a car and hit it with a train, which I do think lacked a sort of eloquence that it probably required. You know, I think I'll actually do in the meantime, too. Especially now that we have a second. I think I'm going to just set up an extra storage of calcium over here. Hopefully it won't matter too much in practice. The bulk frames are still being crafted, which is good. I paved everything in concrete. See, I was thinking about that for water as well. I just usually don't mess with concrete in like any of my playthroughs. Outside of like obviously recipes that take it. I'm not against it though. It's an interesting idea. Right, let's put a mausoleum here. That way there's like a buffer of it right beforehand. Because clearly this exists over here where if there's way too much of it, it'll start dumping. And it has dumped at least somewhat recently. Or at least dumped at some point. So having an extra buffer of it near a spot where it's needed excess will be good. Recently I just found Sandistry, a neat, tiny Factorio like you might enjoy as a palette cleanser. I am super interested. I like Factorio likes quite a bit. So I will make a note of it, and I appreciate it. Another one that's still in my feed that I have like the demo installed for. I guess I installed the demo and I was like, maybe I want to like get the full game and then like record something of it or stream it sometime. But Snacktorio is another one that I was interested in checking out. I think it's on the simpler side potentially, but very cute. Coming out tomorrow? Oof, ahead of the curve even. I very much appreciate the heads up. How is our timing for running multiples on that now? Have we actually made any cyclotrons? I assume the answer is no. The answer is no. Yeah, they're not quite ready to run again. You ever tried Ministry before? Funny tower defense centric Factorio. So I played Ministry a little bit, not a crazy amount. I played with my roommate because she was a fan of it. I didn't dislike it. It felt... Because at the time, this was before I knew Factorio stuff. It was a long while ago. I was just kind of told to go on the front line and like set up turrets and defenses that kept getting broken through. So I think if I revisit it, I'll probably have a much more pleasant time with understanding things. Got overhauled a lot past post 1.0. It'll probably be like a completely new experience to me when I play it again, to be honest. Not against it either. I just feel like there's not enough hours in the day. I don't think that's a crazy take for a lot of people. What in goodness' name happened with the bulk frames? Was this where I moved them? Surely it was. Yeah, we have so much power now that it actually takes a really big amount of time for this to kick on, which is very nice. But also the gamma waste stream is really cringe. And I still have not solved it yet. We're slightly out of Roboport range here for supplying. I don't really want one to be like up there, so we'll put another one over here. I have a really big soft spot. It's not like, I would say it's like Factorio very, very light. But I really liked, before I even knew what Factorio likes were, Forager and Nova Lands. Less so Forager, but at least a little bit to an extent. Nova Lands is a lot closer to it, but I really liked playing Nova Lands. That was a fun game. I should just stand over here so they can deliver to me. Me ordering my Uber Eats, but I sent them to the wrong house on purpose. I'm kidding, I don't order food. I used to be like really on the like delivery food train, but I just haven't done it for years now. Nova Lands was great. I'm glad you think so. I really enjoyed it. It was like a super positive experience for me. I think that game might be the reason I gave Factorio another try. Factorio had a cringe dev, or Forager had a cringe dev, but Factorio fans are used to that. Honestly, I know very little about basically any developer ever. Oh, there is actually some developer drama I currently know about that's happening right now, which I'm not going to bring to light because it's not really my place to do so. But it really sucks when you really enjoy like a game or a mod or something, and then like profound amounts of drama happen randomly, and you're like, I was just here to like play the mod. And now you can't play the mod anymore, or the game. Or like you find out it's never going to get finished or something. It's just the nature of life though. Everyone has drama. It's just how bad the drama ends up being. Is it like life-altering drama? Is it completely meaningless, simple drama? Solid questions. Unfortunately, it almost always is just awful. Oh, my rule doesn't really work anymore, does it? No, my rule should be fine. My rule is checking to make sure there's at least enough to activate once more. But I think we need to change the number. Because it's got to be like way lower. I'll set it to 100k, not 100. I don't remember why I set it to 150k before. I'm sure there's a good reason. I was really hoping someone would do like a big overhaul thing for Voyager and Nova Lands, because those games are really like comfort games for me, to be honest. I have I'll say a friend from high school that I've started talking to recently again, and they want to potentially like play a game together at some point, and I'm like, that could be a fun time. I'm certainly not against the idea of it, but something they suggested was playing what's it called, the farming game, Stardew Valley, which I have tried like a very, 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 very long time ago, and it didn't totally click with me. So I'm wondering if when playing through it this next time, if it'll kind of hit more. Because for whatever reason, I know people love Stardew, and I'm not like against it or anything. I'm super willing to give it another try. It just really didn't hit when I played it. And I like farming games in general. I loved playing like Farm Together and stuff like that, but not Stardew. I'm gonna manually dump these for now, so hopefully we can see like how quickly it can feasibly charge, which is very quick. When it can dump, it just fills up so efficiently. But again, as it starts to fill up and we can't get rid of the gamma waste quick enough. How would we get rid of more gamma waste here anyways? I guess it just empties more when the storage is fuller. I guess it does make sense. I would only play Stardew again with a friend who wanted to. I'm not against trying it again. It's just like, I feel like, okay, there's not an expectation. I'm sure if I was like, I'm really not vibing with this, my friend from high school probably would be fine. But like, you don't want to disappoint people. Someone takes you to this place, like, check it out. You're gonna love this place. The food here is amazing. This movie is my favorite movie of all time. Like, you're gonna love it when you watch it. And then if you watch the movie, you don't love it, you gotta at least like be nice about it, right? But that feels disingenuous, so I'd rather just like be honest about it. I don't know, it's just interpersonal drama. It'll be fine. It's Stardew. I'm sure it'll be a fine experience. I wish they'd bring me sophisticated matter units quicker. I think I'm gonna ask for 200 instead. Not 2,000. I'm trying to get an idea of when it drops out, how long it takes, or how many of these tanks we need to empty it, because it's a little bit tough for me to quantify. I'm sure we could run numbers on it for the record, but it's just a little bit tough for my little peanut brain right now. Oh my gosh, the cube is stuck. How long has it been stuck? How'd it get stuck? I haven't looked at cube cam in so long. I was thinking about Stardew. Hey? How is that possible? There's no chance we ran out of uranium-238. Something's gubbed up here. I don't know what it is, but there's no chance we ran out. Having fun playing Fields of Mystria. Oh, I actually like saw that. Graphically, love it. Can't get enough of it. One of my friends I talked to was excited because I think it was getting, and if I'm wrong about this, forgive me because I'm mixing things up, but I do know, I'm pretty sure I know what Fields of Mystria looks like, but it was getting like a 1.0 or a major update or something. So he was really excited about it, and I haven't played it yet, but I want to at some point because it looks very, very fun. So I guess I'll just start putting these into... I thought I had these in boxes though. Like, I feel like it had to have been. Yep, that's right. All right, cool. It's exactly what I was thinking of then. I think I might have figured out why the water is still getting gubbed up. Call it a hunch. Maybe not a perfect solution. It's very chill. It looks very cute. I'm glad to hear it's chill too. I definitely want to check it out at some point. I'm reluctant to get into... Okay, I don't want to say I have an addictive personality, but I certainly do. So whenever there's like a particularly like Factorio, if my roommate never forced me to play Factorio, I probably would have never played it actually because it didn't really interest me. But I don't know, I get worried about like farming games and stuff. I'm going to just be like, all right, here's the next 400,000 hours of my life focused on this. Not that it's that bad, but I have bad self-control when it comes to stuff like that. You'd be free. I would be free. I wouldn't have to learn about these stupid combinators. X really would not equal A. It wouldn't make any sense. I guess it still really doesn't make sense to me. So we did hit 5%, but I don't know if you've all noticed, but I've been streaming for like 4 hours, right? And we've made effectively no progress on our 10,000 science. What in goodness' name am I going to do? I will absolutely hydrate to that, though. Make sure you're staying hydrated as well. I appreciate it. I genuinely have no clue. Like, it's all reliant on the cyclotrons, and the cyclotrons aren't spinning up quick enough now. Or at least that's a big chunk of it. The cyclotrons are also conked by ectoplasm if we run out, so we have to make sure the ectoplasm is always full. I think I might have a rule for that set up already. I think I was ahead of the game on that. Doesn't look like it. Nope. Looks like I was checking deep solution, but not ectoplasm. So I should probably set up ectoplasm checking as well. It appears I don't read the ectoplasm anywhere, so let's set that up really quickly. This should be fine to read, right? Yeah, it's only checking for ectoplasm here, so it should be fine. Are you an Atelier enjoyer? I am. I am indeed. I feel like I was kind of late to the Atelier game, but I am an Atelier enjoyer. I'm looking forward to the newer one coming out as well. But I have not played many of the older ones, but the newer ones have been fun. Okay, so hopefully this waste is enough to kind of get us through. I'm going to dump the pipeline so it's completely empty. So next time, I'm going to try to keep track of how much it creates in total. And hopefully it's enough to just kind of store here. The cyclotrons ran, everything is good. And then it runs through again. If we could double our cyclotrons, we can run them multiple times, potentially. Which would be very, very interesting. Let's go ahead and update our rules here. There's the ectoplasm. So we'll check for ectoplasm above, I don't actually know, we'll say 20k. What the heck is he? Oh, it's time passed, right? I forgot. Completely forgot that was part of the equation. Oops, wrong one. I feel like most people are late to the Atelier train. It's been in console jail for decades. Honestly, I didn't even realize. Moment escape containment kind of exploded in popularity. It's true. I think the first one I played had to be Ryza, I think. That would make sense logically, at least. I think the most recent one was my favorite one, though. But I haven't even finished it yet. I'm so bad with stuff. I'll put like 20, 30, 40 hours into a game that takes 60 to beat and then be like, I'll just put this down for a little bit because I got busy, and then I'll go back and start it from scratch again. It's a real problem. Have we made any cyclotrons? We've made 6 of them. That's huge. Well, it being on PC and Ryza's thighs at the polls to believed. I was genuinely like shocked at how unbelievably popular Ryza is, to be honest. Like, don't get me wrong, I think I get it, but like, still, that's a lot more popular than I would have expected when playing through the game. All right, we have 6 available right now. You know, I'm gonna actually undo these. I'm gonna just cut paste all of this. I saw recently that there is like, all right, this is not judgmental. This is really, I need to stress that this is not a judgmental thing I'm about to say. If you feel like I've judged you when I say this, I apologize because this is not a judgmental statement. But I don't really get ASMR. Starting with that there. However, I was surprised to see that there's like a huge abundance of ASMR related stuff in the Atelier world. And again, if you like it, I'm not throwing flack at you. I promise you that. You need to believe me that I'm not throwing flack. But I really do not understand the appeal of it. I think I've talked about it before, but like, if you like it, then all power to you. Maybe it's just because I'm like, I don't know. I feel like certain sounds can kind of give me the ick, so maybe that's why. But still very shocked that that was such a popular thing. I think there's like a newer one coming out that I saw like in one of my news feeds, and I was like, damn. Good for them, though. Okay, let's copy this output specifically. We'll store it here temporarily. Let's wait because everything's running. The new Atelier protagonist is very cute, though. Whatever her name is, which is escaping me right now. Karia. Karia? I think it's something like that, right? I have misophonia. I'm not familiar with misophonia. Could you elucidate me on it? Or I can Google it if you're like, just Google it. ASMR is like mute instantly or I feel literally nauseous. Yeah, see, like, I don't think I have anything like quite like that, but for me, it just like, it doesn't really like, it is what it is. I'm glad that some people got something out of it, but at the same time, like, you ever feel like you're kind of missing out because of it? Like, quite possibly. All right, so I'm going to just copy these down here. Hopefully this will be fine now that the cube is gone. We can just sort of copy paste our design and then attach the bottom on here. Ish. This does not look good. But it should be at least one more line. I was really hoping to fit two more, but I don't think it's going to work out like that. There are a few extra pipes we'll need to get rid of from our copy paste. What the heck is up with this over here? Oh, okay, that's extra. That's the boson, I forgot. Or Fermion, whichever one. It's one of the thingies that goes to the beacon Jews. Okay, so we need to put some substations back down here. This is like a small improvement, but it's not enough. But it's an improvement, so baby steps on it, right? Better than nothing. That's really like what the name of this playthrough is better than nothing. Jokes aside, you know, having 4 more, putting it to 16 instead of 12 should help our production quite a bit. Holy guacamole, our Fermion's getting so one-sided though. What do I do about that? I mean, every time we can have it run through here. I guess we could set up a few more cyclotrons for the reconfiguration. Oh, that would actually be a really good idea. I think I've missed out on that opportunity. That's probably what we'll do, because clearly we can do a bunch more recipes. I mean, we're sitting on 1,400. Each input only takes 260, so we could do 5 more recipes and some change right now. Actually, almost 7 more, right? Very interesting. I mean, it might not even be necessary, but 2 of them I think would already be a pretty big boon. Let's make a note for that for now. Which one is this one? Boson reconfiguration. Additional, we'll just do additional reconfiguration. I don't actually know how to spell that word, so I'm going to just write config. Ah, it's a U. I was like, the E didn't look right, but the U is fine. Cool. And now the cube shows up basically just in time for us to have moved everything and broken literally all of it, and now everything is awful. Just kidding, I saved it. Sort of. Saved enough, right? I hope all the piping is good. It should be because I copy pasted. These bottom ones have not had a chance to fill up on power yet. How, okay, no, everything's fine. I was like, how does the cube get out? No, we're actually good. That copy paste worked staggeringly well, all things considered. We can get rid of a few things here. How are these loading outward normally? Guess we'll just get rid of the ones that are slightly closer. There we go. Now everything looks good. These were all able to run. We were able to get more from it. You got the metal in there. Everything's good. Perfect. It sees it can run again, so it's going through the process again. It would be nice if we could spend enough time to run this one machine multiple times, but I think the more important thing is just going to be to set up a separate thing. Now, the downside of that is the cube needs to run through both in configuration. So, probably gonna need to put it somewhere like over here towards the off-ramp and just belt it in. Make a new set of rules for it. Curiously enough, our numbers just distributed into a favorable way. But not meaningfully. It just went down like 100. Either way, science should be flowing, hopefully now a little bit. Assuming everything else is running. Okay, that's not our problem. We've actually started buffering this science. We've buffered a crazy amount of this science. I mean, not a crazy amount, like... I think there's 2,000 in there. That's like a quarter of the science we need almost. A little bit less, but that's like a really, really respectable amount of science we have buffered. So the synthetic premonition cards, which are the ones that require ghost crystal, but why would those turned off? Oh, because we're at a ghost crystal. If it quacks like a duck, it's probably a ghost crystal. Why did it spend so much time away from everything? It might just be a consequence of time. I really wish I could figure out a more optimal way to run this. Like, we have the process where we can split it into the red cube, but the red cube is just one cube still. If only I could run furnace with small cubes, I would absolutely pack and unpack the cube to run furnaces, but I don't think you can. Right? Am I crazy for thinking that? They don't have a fuel value, I think. They do have a fuel value, but I don't think they can be used for this anyways, right? Because this will specifically call for only that. Yeah. Does the red cube unlock something cursed in that regard? I mean, it has red in 32 and then red and 32 back, and then recovery. I don't really know, like, I'm not totally seeing the use case of red cube. Like, surely the idea is to run it in a scenario where you'd want both the furnace running and having it broken and going through synthesizers. I feel like it should be really obvious. It's certainly not in the setup we did last time. Definitely not in this, because there's like no way you can even do it to start. Yeah, I never got this far. I mean, honestly, you've been so immeasurably helpful, Whip, that you may as well have honorarily beaten Ultra Cube at this point. Because clearly you've got a lot of it figured out. I could change the cube's priority. Yeah, Ghost Crystal is so far down again. But I really don't want Ghost Crystal to be any higher up, right? We need the matter stop because that's for our power. That is necessary for matter. For the antimatter, I should say. Matter in itself is fine. I mean, I could theoretically make ghost crystals higher because they only run every now and then. I mean, it did last for a really, really long time last time, so maybe this is just fine. I'm a little bit reluctant to believe, though. I do not know. The riddle of the Sphinx, unfortunately. I simply know that I don't know. Okay, this is actually good. We can take a moment here. This should be kicking on any second, or at least pretty soon. And I want to see how much of these fill up for a full tank. I hope it's enough. I don't think it'll be even close. I think we're going to want like a 4x4 grid of these 9, or a 2x2, I should say. Alright, should kick on any second now. And there's plenty of matter and antimatter, so this is easy enough to run. They start feeding. You go up to 14 gigawatts instantly, but you're not maintaining the 26 that we said was possible. In fact, you're not even getting really close to it. Simply because the gamma waste stream is too difficult to output, but there's enough space in the pipe to do it, so I'm surprised. Oh my gosh, we charge so fast even though we're not maxing it out. Would a pump make a difference? I guess it might. Alright, so that then maxes out. This kicks off altogether. Oh, Fest, I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much, and hopefully you're doing just stellar today. Okay, this is good. This didn't actually fill on gamma waste this time around. I think I should stop it a little more prematurely, though. It's wasting a bunch of power. Heyo, hello. Welcome. Let's make this 75 instead. I think that might just be like the sweet spot, because there's a few that end up getting stored in there. And we just waste a boatload of extra power at the end. It's making many gigawatts, but they're just going nowhere. But everything was able to empty. Perfect. Fantastic. Cool. So currently we've got our antimatter set up, antimattering, which is nice. The cube is cubing. Hope you're having a lovely day. I stayed on extra hours, so I'm running away to grab food immediately. Be sure to eat. You need to take care of yourself. Have a lovely rest of the stream. I'll be on here to lurk. Enjoy your food. Thanks so much for popping in. Okay, so everything is working. This is still way too slow. How do we make this faster? Beacons. Well, you know what? We're doing beacons. I was putting it off for a while, but we're doing it. I've changed my mind. Take spectral processors and singularity calibration data, but the metal just takes so long to build up. I should time how long every stop goes off. Actually, that'd be really, really easy to do, right? I could just set up a clock that only begins when a stop starts. I don't know if I'd be able to store that data elsewhere. I probably could. This science is like good now, though. I mean, not entirely good, but we're at least sort of in WinCon. Let's go nab some spectral processors. I bet there's some available. Wouldn't you know it to be true? Our science is gunked right now because of sophisticated matter units, actually. I had it backwards. I would like to make a buffer of spectral processors more than just this as well. Almost certainly a very good idea to commit to. Let's move it a little bit, though, so that we can fit some loaders there. There we go. Give it some power, and now we'll actually have like a feasible way to actually stockpile these. That way we don't need to be reliant on these running at some point. Like, they'll just be stockpiled. I should have done that much long ago. Should it also do the same with these batteries, and we make way too few of them, really. I mean, we make enough to run the machine, assuming it's running constantly, but anytime we're out of something like sophisticated matter units, and I just use a bunch of them, we run into such a problem like this one. So hopefully setting up buffers on both of these will be sufficient to kind of keep them going when everything shuts down. Buffers really are the name of the game here. So let's make a few beacons. We've got our spectral processors. What else do we need? All right, the singularity calibration data. So we've got some of that. Let's go grab some singularity calibration data. I think there's probably none available to us realistically. Hopefully there's at least some. I'm willing to bet there's none. There could be some at the very end of the belt, but I doubt it. There absolutely is. And now it's all mine. Great, we can make a bunch of beacons now. We'll make 10 of them. I think one of the most important things is putting it on the metal, because it's something that we seem to unload at an appropriate pace. This might put it slightly ahead, but we're not using beacons anyways, and this will burn through some of our extra conduits that we really don't have a use for right now. Granted, I will need to do the piping that I've been avoiding, but that's just life sometimes. Sometimes you're the piper and sometimes you're pied or something. I don't know. I didn't think this one through. So we're gonna set up our beacons. These ones will need to go slightly to the side. So maybe we'll base it on that instead. The pipes can actually go off the side to line up most of them. So like left to right is where all the pipes are going to go. So it shouldn't matter that that one's off to the side. As long as it fits, that's the important thing. And we did in fact make it fit in this scenario, so we should be okay. It barely fits over there. Great, so set up some pipes here. This is going to be a good chunk of them, but I think it's worth it down the line. Okay, this is going to be some really cursed piping, so I preemptively apologize. I didn't realize how bad it was going to be when I started. But it's not going to be good. It's going to be quite bad. But it'll be like fine, right? Could certainly be much worse. I'm gonna try to have it all meet somewhere and then bring it across, which will in fact result in a much messier look. But the outcome is probably worth it. You know, just leave it there. It's fine. Because then we can have a unified pipe for our beacon juice, which is still like, I don't know if it's cursed or not. I can't imagine it tastes great, but it might taste okay. I would try beacon juice. It's not the device that I think would have a juice, although I don't really know what would in Factorio. I mean, obviously there's things like agricultural science packs, which are full of science, which everyone knows science is a liquid. So that one makes sense, but like, does anything else in Factorio really need like a juice to it? Would you consider oil to be a juice? That's a whole different can of worms. But still an interesting one, and one that we might need to consider. I'm gonna do an underground here so I can sneak through here. Again, this is not gonna be a very stellar pipe system, but it'll work. I should really put pipes on my board at some point, but I can't help it. I'm always like, I can just grab this by typing it in the search, and then I do that every single time. We have so much further to go still for this pipe. Like a really crazy distance still. I guess we'll split it through the base for now. This pipeline is absolutely overextended. We'll deal with it in a little bit. It's going to be hard to tell how many times we need to fix it up, so. For now, we will overextend the living goodness out of our pipeline. Because heck it, no one can stop us from doing so. Staggeringly, we might be able to go across there, which is not too bad. Definitely a lot more reasonable than I expected. I know that a lot of our materials too have been hurting because I set up that the bulk frames. That probably ate a bunch making those. Goodness me, my voice is getting all asunder. Asunder? A flutter? I don't know. Sunder sounds like it's a lot more intense than it is. Like you sunder something like a corporeal plane or something, you know? Sunder might be one of the nerdiest words I've used today, though. It's certainly up there. Okay, so we're getting very close now. But we do need to go farther up, so we may as well turn now. I've lost the line of beacon juice. There it is. Thankfully, it's bright red. Which does not feel like the most ideal, but it weirdly is in this specific scenario. I don't want to bring it up there. I changed my mind. I didn't realize how close we were to the water. I'm fine bringing it up a little bit closer, though. There we go. Too far to connect. Heck, nature. Sorry, nature. It's really nothing personal. You just happen to be in the way of my pipeline. Which is not your fault, as you were here first, and I identify that, and I'm sorry. But you will have to go just this once. However, I will remember you fondly, which is hopefully sufficient. Alright, cool. So we can bend this downward here, and then we have successfully brought beacon juice across the base, sort of. Obviously, there's still a little bit more to do because we haven't actually set up the pumps for it, but this was a real heckin' headache to get going. So step 1 is done. Now we need to go look at where all the pumps are we need. I'm guessing it'll be 3, maybe it'll only be 2. Regardless of it, let's go ahead and go see. It says we want one right here. We'll set it before this because it's going to be a lot easier to set it up with a little bit more distance instead of in that horrible spot there. So we'll put a pump right there. Extend our line out, put a thingy there, and then give it some power via substation. Great, so that's number 1 done. There's still going to be a second one. I don't know exactly where. But we'll wait for our bots and whatnot to set everything. Hopefully the gelatinous tar is going quicker. It looks like it's going quicker. There it is. It's still loading wood a little bit slower. I mean, I guess because everything else is loading so efficiently, but like, I could theoretically eke out one more offload of wood, so I will. I guess. I mean, might as well. It still loads like extremely fast, which is quite nice. We need to craft a few more beacons as well, which I apparently didn't do, so let's get that set up. 2 more. So let's look and see. Has it not? Have we beaconed yet? Did it really only need 1 pump? There's no way. It's not connected on a corner right here. Maybe it only needs 1 pump. I would be very surprised if it doesn't ask for a second one because this is quite the distance. But I don't really know how much a pump adds, so maybe the pump's sufficient. Alright, sweet. So we are now spending beacon juice, which might come to cause some trouble, but hopefully not. So we'll grab some speed modules and we'll slam them into here. Oh no, I just remembered something tragic. This is not going to work. I believe there is a very specific rule where the machine breaks if there's a 2 beacons on it. I just remembered it when I loaded the upper beacons. So this should be fixed now. Yeah, it looks like it affects it just fine too. Cool, 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 cool. So as long as it just connects on its own, we're good. So we'll go back to speed beacons. I'm pretty sure that's what it said. I want to check it to be sure. Consume 2 units of beacon juice per second to transmit the effect to nearby friendly entities. A machine affected by more than one beacon will become overloaded and stop working. Perfect. So this should be just fine then. So now these are eating beacon juice. There's going to be a lot more beacon juice than we were consuming before. By a pretty dramatic amount. From 120 per minute to 1.1 thousand per minute, which will hopefully help balance out the stuff down there anyways. I should probably set up a rule where it doesn't waste all of it on beacon juice, because beacons are kind of secondary. Currently, this is just offloading from here, and it's checking. Cool. It's already looking to see that there is under, or at least 100 in here to run the process again, so it should be fine. Besides, like, every beacon juice production is quite strong. I'm a little bit confused here. This only outputs water at that point. But there's not enough water in here to run, which is peculiar. I think I set it up backwards. Maybe this is the one that comes straight from the ocean, I believe. So I wanted this to take a priority so it would empty. So I just set it up poorly, I guess. Or I guess there's just not enough water to really like dump right now. Honestly, I just want this pump to like always be on, I think. Because there's no input for water here, only output. So assuming that this is just a closed system of our Helvetica scenario, we just want it to always be on. And then this one only kicks on, you know, past 5k. I think the 30k rule there was dumb. I hope that that's right. If not, we're gonna find out when it's like, you actually need water for this part, and I thought you didn't. But it turns out you really did, which is a shame. Wait, so I could also speed beacon these, but I don't think it's necessary. I could start putting things on these belts for aesthetic value too, but I don't think it's a good idea. The issue here is that these last ones just take a long time to load. I have it set up so that a machine will drop it further than it is, but then the last few will run like extra times. It's not the most efficient, but I like the design too much to change it, I think. I'm hoping it goes to Ghost Crystal soon, because that would logically be the next one in the line. We'll check and see what it does, and if not, I'll give it a nudge to Ghost Crystal. Unfortunately, we're so negative on our demand for those singularity thingies that I think I want to put Ghost Crystals slightly above it, because Ghost Crystals is used for the science pack we're really far behind on. That's good to know, though. That should be easy enough to fix really quick. The Ghost Crystals are right here. That demand is all the way there, though. I guess I'll put Ghost Crystals up high. It's so hard to balance this. I swear I must have changed the interrupts, maybe. It's got to be over 100 times. I'm never satisfied with them. But regardless, for now, that should be sufficient. Oh, I forgot to stick the Ultra Cube myself today. That's fine. It's already fairly late anyways. I figured what I would do is once I finish up Ultra Cube, I want to make the cube a redeem as well. Could be kind of fun to, like, every time we finish up something significant, we can turn it into a redeem. I do have Rainbow Pudding Jam to fill the spot, though, so I appreciate it, Flip. Okay, so we've run into a peculiar issue. And that's that while our power is absolutely juicing, the cube doesn't come around here quick enough. So we need to raise the demand for emptying this tank. It needs to be extremely high up. It needs to be our top priority, unironically. So let's set that up as well. I think it needs to just be numero uno, which it probably should be anyways. It's extraordinarily low. Now that it's our power thing, it needs to be at the top. Non-negotiable. So swing by. Go ahead and kick on. Hopefully this will be sufficient. I mean, we burned through this team. Slowly but surely, we did burn through this team. Or I emptied it, but I think we burned through. And this will get burned, powering these lights over here. I'm actually surprised. Uh-oh. I see. I've actually messed up my thing. Cool. We want these lights to only be powered by this. I didn't realize I connected all of them. Although maybe that's good. I was thinking a closed circuit where it burns the lights would be good. But maybe having a circuit where it'll just like spend it on power is just as good, right? It could be. But like, see, it kicks on now. And now it makes so little power because this is so full. So I think we want to set the ratio much, much, much lower. Each activation takes 48,000 to run, which is very, very little of these. There's 18 of them. So we can set the number very, very low. But we don't want it that low either. So we'll set it at 50k. How about that? We'll split the difference. That way I won't wait until the tank is basically full. You know, we'll do 35k. Cool. That way we'll have some demand to come swing by here. I know that when it goes to most places now, it's spending a good chunk of time there because I just have it so that when it goes to a spot, it spends a lot of time and then produces like a crazy amount of, in this case, ghost crystals, which it should be about done doing. Looking at it. Yeah, we're almost done. And once that surpasses, it'll go through, everything will be fixed, and everything will be fine. We did hit a truly impressive 6% on the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Granted, I had to set up the science, but it was really slow. I mean, it was really quick to set up. So the fact that it took us this long to start making any progress on the science is a little bit sad. Or on this research, I should say. But it's running, right? It's better than nothing. Could be not running. Would you look at it? We've almost got all the labs turned on at once as well. So good. Progress. Currently, it'll take us many hours to finish it, which I'm not against improving stuff in the meantime. I think it'll probably be... I'm hoping we can finish it tomorrow, since I missed Monday. I was thinking we would have finished it this week otherwise, but maybe I'll stream particularly long tomorrow to just make sure it finishes. Because the issue is that while our current ETA is like 7-8 hours with our setup. Oh, I could beacon the science too. But do we make enough stuff as well? Interesting. If we make enough science packs, I can beacon to speed it up too. That might just be a necessity. But currently we don't make enough of the white science packs to really justify it. Because there's a demand for haunted energy cells somewhere. But I do not know where. I'm gonna turn it off so that science is the priority. Because I'm guessing wherever it's going isn't that important, but it might be really, very important too. It's really hard to tell. The ectoplasm is also replenishing, so everything is looking good over here. Slowly but surely, 8 hours. I mean, all right, let's set up at least 1 or 2 beacons here, right? Because we have at least 1 made, I think. We have none made. We have 2 made. Even better. Kind of jumping between the possibilities. I could put 1 right at the end, which will get the middle ones. Thankfully, now that beacon juice kind of comes up right here, we can use it for science very, very easily. Which is good. It means that we did something goodly for a little bit, which is nice. I don't know how I want to do the outer part yet. It's a shame I can't fit it right here. How's our beacon juice doing? We should probably start storing it in a tank, right? I mean, no, that should go off frequently enough. That's a very frequent stop, so it shouldn't matter. We should have it in a tank somewhere. I just don't know how big the tank is, I guess, the thing. There it is. Oh, it's in a heckin' Mondo tank, and it's got a bunch of stuff in it. We're good. The cube physically doesn't have to come for this recipe either, so... Awesome. So hopefully that speeds up science a little bit. That, see right there, that tenacity just shaved an hour off the science. Jokes aside, we really want to set up more beacons, clearly. I just have to be careful to not overlap them. That is like such a peculiar issue to have. Since like overlapping beacons is half the fun of beacons, right? Let me go into map mode really quick. And we can't prod mod these, right? Nope. Only time I've ever been able to prod mod beacons was during the randomizer, and it was so nice. Profoundly nice. And I miss it. And I hope that we get such a nice benefit next randomizer we do as well. Now, this is not the most ideal, but it's at least like kind of an improvement, I guess. We get the outer ones. These three and these three are not being beaconed currently, but the rest of them will be. Oh, and these are actually run-throughable as well. I didn't think they were for some reason. No, it makes sense because I did it right there. So many things in this mod were not like a throughput pipe thingy machine where you could daisy chain them. There were some words there that I struggled with, I'll admit. But I think I made it to the final point that we were looking for. Alright, cool. So the beacon juice goes in, speed modules on all of these except for the outer ones. I could set up the outer ones too, I think. Yeah, with a little bit of tenacity, we certainly can. So I will try to get those. This is going to be a little bit tougher of a sell, I feel. But assuming we keep the stuff flowing... Cube is stuck. Must go to cube and fix cube. Excess water, is that really my problem? It's like I could see the future. Alright, we'll do this really quick. Just so this is running up here. Then one more little pipe. I was thinking beacon juice was going to be a lot more expensive to maintain. Oh, would you look at that? It's excess water as the issue, probably. It's actually the steam. Okay. So the water is not great, but the steam is really not great. I should combine this into the primary steam storage up here. How far down does our steam storage come? It's really like spidery through the base. Sweet, so it comes down really far already. So I'm gonna micro this a little bit. I mean, really just dumping all of this is like the ideal in this situation. Oh, but the cube needs more of that to actually go. Heck, I forgot. I really hate that this needs to activate 8 times. What I could do theoretically is set up a timer so that every time it goes 8 times, it checks again. Might just have to be the play. I'm gonna manually reboot the cube and send it on its way for now. I still haven't quite solved this. This is very much like a in-progress thing. I'm mostly concerned about the water now. You heckin'... I mean, maybe you need to run because we're out of the antimatter. That's probably fine. I also need to replace the speed mods because I removed them accidentally. Holy guacamole, another 2 hours shaved off of the science expectation. Crazy what a few beacons can do, huh? Cool, 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 cool. Our power should be fine to run. Thankfully, in spite of the fact that this takes a pretty dramatic amount of power, it should be fine anyways. It can run at full capacity. It's quite slow because of all the prod mods, but the prod mods spit out dramatically more basic antimatter now. You're cruising now? I do feel like I'm cruising at least a little bit more than before. We doubled our 4% we were stuck at for a very, very long time. It's just making a nice flow of everything and figuring out how to deal with the gamma waste. That's really a big issue. For now, let's go plug in the steam. What the heck is this pipe? This is apparently the water output, but I don't think it actually connects to our water. Heck nature. But really, why doesn't it connect? There must be one extra pipe here I can't see. There it is. Okay, so we need a pump over here as well, which is totally okay. We'll set that up really quickly. How about we split it a little bit further back near the power? Then we'll go for a substation over there. It looks like the cube is reconfiguring just fine. It's definitely the most stressful part. This is when it goes through here, because if something really breaks, like, it is very difficult to put it back together. It takes like a full charge of our accumulator effectively to run through, which is interesting. Hopefully that fixed the water. We don't actually have a pump, so it certainly didn't. So we'll handcraft a few of them and then just toss them. I'm so tempted to click trash unrequested, but I know I'm going to hate it as soon as I do it. It sounds good in theory, but probably not in practice for me right now. I'm hopefully just going to plug this into a somewhat nearby, questionably nearby steam pipe, and then just put a pump on it, and hopefully that'll be fine. Where is the steam is the question. It looks like it comes here, goes down here, and then goes far left. It goes down quite far. Okay, this is actually our best bet right here. So we will plug into the steam line that already exists here, because there's already a pump emptying into that steam line. And I think the more steam we have, the less times we need to go to that one train stop we have up there. So it's like, it's a win-win to dump it. I was thinking that just the lights on its own would have been, I guess, an amusing solution to my problem. Maybe not the most efficient, but amusing if nothing else. Where did the steam come down? I thought it was around here, but I don't see it anymore. If you were steam, where would you be? Kind of a moral question, I'll admit. There it is. So it wasn't quite there. It was close, though. Did like the lights? I'm glad you like the lights. Again, I like the lights in theory. It was going to take a lot of lights, though, like a really significant amount of lights, like a really, really significant amount of lights is the conclusion I've reached. Nice to see that our total annihilation things are up here now, though. So that's cool. So that's where we need to go up to. We're fairly close as is, but let's move it a little to the side so we can make it up here just a smidgen easier. And we can bring this across here. I'm pretty confident we're going to need a pump or two. If nothing else, we want to make sure that we're pumping outward anyways, so we'll put our pump right here, in fact. May as well. So we will do... I mean, we could technically do 2 pumps. It shouldn't matter. It's just connecting into a pipe. So, pump there, and then put that over there. Hopefully this is enough to connect the steam. Again, maybe that pump's in the right spot, but I'm willing to bet we need one more further back. So far, so good. The steam is going up very, very quickly. It's using some, but not much. I think you need an underground after the pump. Ah, thank you if I missed it. I was like, the water is looking quite nice. It also needs some power, which would kind of go crazy and actually make it function. Who can really say? It's really a thing of preference, whether you'd want it to function or not. I'm hoping this fixes our excess water problem. It does appear to be working. I wonder if I need a pump to load here. It kind of looks like it to me. It takes surprisingly long. I mean, it would take a lot of pumps, right? Because each pump is 16K. But the issue again is just we need to run it a specific amount. I think I need to set up that counter. Although the counter doesn't really work either. No, this is fine. I don't need to set up a counter. The counter would make a lot more sense if it was being removed every time, but it's not. It's just stuck in the machine, heckin' 9 ever. So we do want to set up some pumps, I think. We can thankfully do it on whatever side we want, so we can just set up pumps over here. I hope that this just like kind of works. It might not, but I'm optimistic enough. But see, like, it's running too much. What's the rule for you cycling? This one. Aw, nuts, I set them backwards. That's where the problem was. This is fine. It should have, like, barely enough, it looks like, to get it out of the system, but I had the numbers backwards, so it just kept inserting, which is fine. Great, so let's go ahead and let this finish up first so the cube can be free, because this is how we get backlogged and nothing goes, because the cube gets stuck somewhere for a while. How's our steam looking? Certainly burning dramatically quicker. It literally went back in, and I told it not to. How is that possible? Oh, because you said to go back in. And you don't have any rule for it. Yours is gunked. Okay, so you weren't even the culprit, but I still do want to change this. Not 30. What rule do I have on this one? 100K, great. So I'm going to go ahead and deconstruct that and then place it back again. I'm going to place the cube in here so I know that it works. We can put a speed module in here as well, or some speed modules in here to make it function better. I guess we need antimatter, and that's why it's running, so that's fine. Speed mod's in there. Cool, so we're like out of basic antimatter. It's got to run wonderful. Everything is working fine. Let's finish setting this up. Let's grab a few more pumps as well. Disconnect this line here. And this line here. I hope that this works. It might not do anything. I genuinely don't really understand pumps, to be honest with you. But in theory, I mean, I really don't know what the pipe's throughput is, I guess. But if the pipe's throughput is high enough, it should be fine to go through. Fingers crossed. If not, well, that's a future Miko problem, as it always seems to manifest as, which is just crazy. Cool, so the legendary iron gear wheel goes through. I really like watching this one. It's a shame that we can't watch it because the gear wheel. I could make it so the gear wheel just chills around a little bit so we can watch it on CubeCam longer. That would totally be possible too. I really like how this looks like a system. I don't know. It looks very Gleba-y. I think that's why I like him. I also like putting the spider like this. This area just kind of rocks, to be honest. This is probably my second favorite design. Actually, my third favorite, but it's still pretty cool. Alright, so hopefully with all these pumps, it'll be able to load this much, much quicker. I think it will. Kind of learning pumps to do. We did it 10%, which is good. Our science has been consistent for a while. It's still going to be many hours, but there's still plenty of things to work on and improve anyways. So we made good progress. This being said, I think this is a pretty solid stopping point. Because there is some stuff I want to work on today, unfortunately. I guess kind of have to. It's not much of a want, but sometimes you gotta do adult stuff, which isn't the most fun. This being said, hopefully tomorrow we can beat Ultra Cube. Fingers crossed. That's the plan. We're going to try to optimize the things that we can. We've got our antimatter reactor and everything set up. So fingers crossed everything will go good. This being said, I am done for now. Tomorrow's more Ultra Cube. Thursday is Bat to the Heavens. Friday is starting Final Fantasy 3, and I'm so excited about that because that is probably one of my favorite games. I would say my top 3 games of all time. So I'm very excited to play Final Fantasy 3. So make sure you're there if you can. ! Discord if you want to hang out and chat in the Discord. You know the drill and stuff. I'm gone for now. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Bye, 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 bye.